Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular February meeting for the Board of Finance. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I'm going to ask Mr. Brachfeld to lead us in the pledge tonight.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. We did have a few members express their regrets tonight. They had some unforeseen conflicts come up. One or two of the members will be here late, and two of them can't make it due to those conflicts. Tonight we have 5 items on our agenda. The first one is to approve the minutes of our regular meeting of January. Second is to hear the financial update from Dr. Title, the Superintendent of Schools, for this current fiscal year. You'll recall at last meeting, Dr. Title alerted us to a shortfall they have in regards to special education funding, how they're going to try to close that gap, and actually how we might be able to help them with that as we close out this fiscal year. The third item is the beginning of our 2014-2015 budget process. And it's to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating a sum not to exceed $3,608,766 for the cost of certain non-recurring capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriations. I will call everyone's attention to a document that was left on our tables for each of us this evening, which is our policy on bonding and capital purchasing. That we approved some years ago. That is for our reference as we consider those items. Item number 4 is to receive and consider the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, otherwise known as the CAFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2013, as audited and approved by our auditors, Cohn-Resnick. And the 5th item is any other communications. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns on the agenda? Okay, moving right along, we'll take item number 1 to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Finance from January 7, 2014. Seeing no questions or comments, can I get a motion? Mr. Brown, a second by Mrs. LeClaire. All in favor of accepting these minutes? Those opposed? That item carries unanimously. Okay. If all meetings could be like this. Item number 2, to hear a fiscal year 2014 financial update from Dr. Title and his team. I see the budget director's here from Dr. Title and the Superintendent of Schools. Thank you.
Hey. Hi, good evening. I have a brief update.
Mr. Manza.
A brief update, which is similar to what I said at the Board of Education meeting last week. When I was last year, we had projected a fiscal year deficit of about $1.4 million, went over the reasons for that. At the time, I thought that we had put a freeze on non-essential spending. We had deferred some capital expenses, deferred as much purchasing as we can into the following fiscal year, cutting down on overtime where it's not a health and safety issue, postpone some capital improvements, and so forth. At the time, I was estimating that we would be able to get between $300,000 and $500,000 from that at first blush. We've had more time to work on that, more time to work with the schools and the departments. We're still holding with our estimate of $1.4 million being the net deficit and all the other accounts, but I can now tell you that we will be able to hit at least $500,000 in savings from that effort. And our target is to get as high as $700,000. So my new range is $500,000 to $700,000, which would bring the net deficit that we would need assistance on a range somewhere between $700,000 and $900,000, whereas before it was $200,000 higher. Obviously, the longer we go into the year, the more certain we can be about all of our numbers. It's been a haphazard weather season already. We've had some unfortunate experiences with cold weather and pipes freezing and snowstorms that come and go, and so all of that doesn't really sort itself out for a little while. fuel usage, and this sort of thing. So there's still a lot of moving parts, but we're headed in the right direction, and our target is obviously is to mitigate as much as possible, and only make a further request for consideration when we are sort of at wit's end and have nowhere else to turn. But we want to assure you that we're doing everything we can to mitigate within our capabilities, but the Board of Ed budget just doesn't have that kind of spare change in it. So that's where we are.
Thank you, Dr. Tetreau. Questions from board members on this item? Mr. Brachfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Chairman Title, two questions. Just one would be the 1.4 million quote, if I remember correctly from the last meeting, that's net of reimbursements that you might get because of the overages, or no?
Right. That's the that's net of any expected special education reimbursements from the state. That is one of the moving parts because we should be getting our first look at that this month sometime, right? February, we'll get our first payment on that. You know, we file, and we estimate, Andrea and Doreen say, based on this filing, we estimate we will get X dollars back. We'll get a much closer estimate of that by the end of February. But the number is net. And it's also net of all the other overages or underages in other accounts. So, for example, where we might have savings in a salary account, we may have an overage in another account. So that's the net effect is the 1.4.
Right. And then the second question is, and this is not intended to mean this is what I would desire, but I've just put it on the table. So you identified, you said maybe up to $700,000 of savings, which you described wouldn't, I'm trying to think of the best way to say it, wouldn't cut into the muscle, I guess is the way I guess you might express it. I think I know what you're trying to say. What would happen if somebody said, well, we need you to find more? What would be, where would the cutting into the muscle, what would it look like?
It gets really ugly.
Okay.
I'm not sure we want to
Okay,
go into how that might look because you really get to the point where you're really running up against some things that are very unfortunate. I'd rather not speculate as to where that might be because I don't want to unnecessarily alarm people. But it's not really where we want to go.
Okay.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Dr. Title, when we met about this last meeting, we discussed you talking to the first selectman, maybe getting some assistance from the town. Have you had a chance to talk to the first selectman or the CFO?
Yes, I have. And I think they've been receptive. I mean, Mr. Mayor and I were just talking about that today. And I think it's a question of what's the best approach to this. Several options bandied about. Obviously, we'll be in consultation with Mr. Flynn and other members of the board. I think one of the things is before we make a decision on the course of action, they really want to know kind of what's the number. And based on what the number is, we'll determine how many options are in play and which ones are not in play. But I see the first selectman is here, so he can speak for himself.
Yeah, just to be clear, we heard about this at the last Board of Finance meeting. That was a Tuesday night. Dr. Title had notified me of this issue on a prior Thursday. So we met on that Thursday. Mr. Flynn and I met on that Friday. Mr. Flynn, Mr. Mayor, and I met within the last week or so. Forgive me for not remembering the exact date. Dr. Title, Mr. Mayor, and I met today. So the issue is, one, what's the number? We've been very, we've kind of left all the options on the table. But there are only so many places a number that big can be found. So we're going to have to be a little bit creative and do that. But I think the key is that we do it with everybody on the same page, everybody on board, and take a look at the options from that point. But this has been an ongoing topic of discussion and thought as soon as the Board of Ed notified the town that this might be an issue.
Okay.
Are you done?
Yes.
Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're in the third quarter right now. We're running out of time. When are we gonna? when are you going to gin up a number that gets us to having the final discussion? Because I'm sure all the department heads are looking to spend capital and other stuff like that coming into the end of the third, fourth quarter, right?
Well, right now, they're not spending it, so,
No, well,
I think-
I meant
Oh, his
outside,
department
but,
heads.
but I know
Oh.
what you mean, right?
yeah, right. Well, the longer we go, the more certain we are, but the longer we go, the harder it is to make it up if the shortfall, you know,
Right.
if the town can't really participate. And given that your board is going to be completely immersed in next year's budget for the entire month of March, I think that probably, from my perspective, and again, the timing of this, we can come up with an estimate at any point. It's just that it will be a more accurate estimate the longer we go. I'd like to get through the winter, the worst of the winter, to see what happens with those accounts. So right now, my target would be something like at the end of March to have a figure.
So fourth quarter, beginning of fourth
Beginning
quarter.
of the fourth quarter. And I think at that point, you know, we'd be able to narrow that window down to a much smaller, you know, smaller number. So that would be my target right now. But obviously, if the first selectman and the fiscal officer, you guys want to say, no, we want to get this thing off the table, you know, even if the number's a little on the high side, we'd rather get it taken care of by the end of February. Obviously, we can give you our best estimate at any moment. But I think I can be a little more certain about it if we have till the end of March.
Right. I guess that would be my question through the chairman to the first selectman in their chief financial officer. You know, when would you like to see this? Because, again, I don't know if
Yesterday?
That's kind of what I thought, because I don't know if you're actually putting people on hold in
Mr. DeWitt, as you remember from last year's budget, there's not a whole lot to put on hold from that standpoint. It's not like we have a lot of moving pieces. And just roughly take the number this way. The Board of Ed's $150 million, if you'll let me speak in round numbers. Debt service is $25 million. OPEB and pension together, another $20 million. At some point, there's only so many numbers left. All right, to Dr. Title's point, you know, to cut $1 million out of the fourth quarter budget is the equivalent of cutting $4 million a year out of the annual budget. Okay, just play that out. All right, when you're done with $190 million out of the $260 million, there's only $70 million left on the town side. When you're 3/4 of a year through, most of that's spent, most of that's labor. We're not in the process, as you know from last year's budget, we're not hiring anybody.
right.
So that's really paying out for existing people and existing programs. And there's not a lot of flex time. I mean, we could,
Well, I guess you're
At
highlighting
this
my point,
point-
which is this isn't going to get better with age.
no, at this
So
point,
why don't we do this now?
either the Board of Ed would have to do draconian things, or the town would have to do draconian things, and we just have less money to cut.
I guess it's just a matter of when you want to start doing those
Yeah.
draconian things, right?
Well, not,
It sounds like earlier is better for me, but I mean, it just,
yeah, I think
I don't
that the
Just
the
seems to
issue
be
is we
harder
sat
to-
down and again, with the chair and Mr. Mayor, Dr. Title, and myself, and kicked around some different options in terms of at what point, what numbers. So at this point, we really are trying to get that range of numbers narrowed, so we make the right cuts rather than just some crazy adjustments.
To add to what the first selectman did say, because of some work and some moves that were made by this board, by the administration, by the RTM, as well as by the Board of Education in the last several years, I don't want to say there's flexibility, but we do have some options. But those options are going to depend on what that final number is. And in terms of the actual operating accounts, I totally agree with your point, Mr. DeWitt. What can or can't be done becomes much more draconian and more difficult to do the later you get in a year.
Sure.
But we have made some moves in prior years that gives us a little bit of flexibility to deal with this matter. The question is, and what will come before this board, as well as the Board of Selectmen, as well as the RTM, is how do we want to manage that? And that comes down to what's the number.
Right.
And I think the first thing we need to do is make sure that the Board of Education is doing everything within their power to mitigate it, and then come back to us with a solid band of the number. And then there's discussions that have to take place around several tables in order to decide what to do.
I think the longer we go with that effort and the more certain we have on some of our expenses, it may get better. So right now I'd have to give you a bigger number than maybe, which would close off some options, whereas maybe in 6 weeks, things look better. We got some more certainty under our belt in terms of the winter. And at that point, maybe the number we need is lower, which means that maybe there's more options in play. And I don't even know what all the options are, but so I'm not thinking this is going to get worse. And I think the longer we go, I think it's got a possibility of getting better.
And I want to recognize Mr. Brown, but before I do, I do want to comment on one thing that you said. I appreciate you taking into consideration the amount of time and effort that goes into the budget process for this board and for other boards. But with that being said, if you know what the number is, come to us as soon as you do,
Okay.
so that we can help you with managing towards that number. So don't let that budget process have you wait till April 1st. If you knew on March 15th, I'm happy to ask us to come a few minutes early and take care of it on one of those nights, and I think we would all.
Yeah, I'd go a step further, Mr. Flynn. It just, as soon as you know the number, give me a call. We need to start working that right away. We don't want to get hung up on a meeting schedule, certainly at the next
Exactly.
available meeting. But literally at this point, every hour, every day counts in terms of our thought process, so.
And with that, I'm going to turn it over to
That's
Mr.
what I
Brown.
was just going to bring up, options. I don't think there's multiple options, right? So the sooner we start laying out what they are, I think the better off we'll all be. And that, if it's 500 or 700,000, that's probably close enough. It's not going to be 900,000, right? And it's not going to be 300,000. It sounds like it's 5 to 7, so that we know that.
Well, that's what they estimate the savings are.
Right.
Right.
Right. So we need another 700,000. We might as well take a look at the worst case and start laying out these various
Yeah.
options that you're having parent meetings about as we speak.
Right.
And then would that come before this board, those options?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you very
Okay,
much.
good. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for your assistance with this, and we'll keep working at it.
And Mr. Tetreau, thank you as well for coming part, Mrs. Manzel. I'm going to ask the Board of Ed to stick around while we take up the next item on the agenda, which is to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating a sum not to exceed $3,608,766 for the cost of certain non-recurring capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. I want to take a couple of minutes here to summarize, I think, what the documents we received today indicated. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask for your assistance in walking, either confirming or denying what I say. And then I think what we want to do is take these projects in order, starting with the Board of Ed's projects, okay? So, we received a variety of documents via email. We have hard copy here tonight. Thank you. What those documents are, or some of those documents, are a detailed listing of the projects, a detail of the financial impact of those projects to the town over the next number of years, waterfall schedule, and the impact on these items as compared to the capital plan that we reviewed last September. And as I recall, looking at the documents, what is being requested here is approximately $900,000, give or take, below what was estimated at the capital plan that we discussed last September, and is positive in terms of impact on cash flow and bond level, debt level, as compared to that capital plan. Is that correct, a correct interpretation, Mr. Mayor? Okay. So it is appropriate to say, in considering these projects, they are in line and in fact better than what we had estimated when we looked at that capital plan 7 months ago or so. 5 months ago or so. It's only math. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the 900,000 is a net total.
Yeah, please. Please expand upon it a little bit, because I was just trying to summarize.
Help them out, Pete, let me.
It's got to be all the way up.
Are you sure? Yep. Yeah. Oh, red. Red is the operative color. I always thought red was stop. And green is go, right?
They're trying to stop you from talking. Go ahead.
You want me to just take off and go through these?
Just very briefly, and then I want to turn it over to the Board of Education.
Right. What the Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen have asked, and the First Selectmen have asked, prior to any time that a capital request comes before their bodies, they'd like to see an update of the capital plans. The capital plans is a couple of different documents. The document that you have that says Exhibit 1 is the changes document from the last time a capital request was made before the bodies. The numbers up on top, you see that the total of non-recurring capital projects for the 10-year period ending 2023 was a total of $98,429,000. Based upon the changes to, obviously things will be added to this as we go forward, but given unknown projects at this point, the total is from 98.4 has been reduced to 97.5 for a total change of $892,000, which is an increase in non-recurring of $900,000 and a decrease of $1.8 million in full capital projects.
Right.
And the schedule below is a detail of what's been added and what's been subtracted by the two categories, what's been added to and subtracted from non-recurring, what's been added and subtracted from capital, and your total change. Your two, going to the total change column, the two big items are three categories, actually. One, the fire truck, which was initially estimated at $1.3 million, is now in at $775,000 for savings of $525,000. Then the next several items are additions this year from DPW and two subtractions. And then you have the, after evaluation of the Storm Sandy bond resolution of was that 2 years ago now almost? 1 year ago?
1 year.
There's $1.5 million of that has been determined it will not be spent. So that's where you get your net negative $892,000. Your Exhibit 2, the next page, shows when you take this information and put it through the formula, if you will, or some people like to call it the sausage maker, this is what you end up with. Your first column, this is the schedule of estimated debt service projections. You have your fiscal year in the first column. The second column is what was estimated at September 17th, 2013, and then the third column is based upon the revised plan, and you see the difference in the fourth and last column. So you see over the next 10-year period, you have a difference of a negative $1,160,000, and for the total 4-year period, a negative $4 million. The rest of the documents, Exhibit 2 and the 4 supporting pages, and then are the is the buildup of the detail. Exhibit 2A is the detail of all the capital projects on the town side. I think Mr. Cullen has the detail with him. All the cap was not included, I don't think. Was it included in the package that went out?
It was.
It was
but they
also
got
included in
one
the
at the
package that
table.
went out. And then Exhibit 2B is the summarization with the Board of Ed on the top, town in the middle, and the grand total on the bottom. And then what should be labeled Exhibit 3, but which did not get labeled, is the actual waterfall, which shows the, it's labeled down at the bottom, thank you, Caitlin, which shows the current outstanding, the band activity and bond activity that would be estimated based upon this plan through 2022, and the debt service as a result. And basically, the big takeaway is the item Exhibit 2. That's the, given the, this assumes that 100% of what is before the board tonight is passed by this board and the RTM.
And assuming that 100% is passed by this board and the RTM, in your fiscal 2015 budget, the debt service numbers will tie to the waterfall model for that year, is that correct?
Yes, that would be the plan.
Thank you. On this global level, does anybody have any questions on the schedules or on the assumptions before we get on to the particular item? What I'm trying to do is frame the financials of it and then get into the specific items themselves. Anybody? Okay, seeing none, let's refer to the schedule that has, I'm going to work off this one, I'm just pointing it out to everybody, which down at the bottom has the Board of Education requests. So this is a total of $3,608,766, which is all the requests. There's the town side requests are listed first, and the Board of Education requests are the three items listed down below. And we're going to start with the three items listed below so that we can excuse our colleagues and friends from the Education Administration. Okay? So we're going to turn it over to you gentlemen. Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for walking us through that.
Thank you, and Mr. Cullen with me to help out with the technical side of this.
Mr. Cullen, welcome.
Thank you very much. There was two things placed at your table tonight. The packet, which is the booklet we've done for the last few years. We also included a letter that I sent to the Board of Ed responding to two good questions on some of the projects about payback, and we wanted you to have that.
They only had two good questions? Is that what you're-
Two questions we had to get back to them on.
Right.
Okay.
They had two questions that we didn't have the answers for at the very moment they asked them.
Okay.
They asked lots of great questions. This was the booklet. You might remember the booklet from 2 years ago. It was our first unveiling of the famous booklet. The booklet has color pictures in it that really sort of graphically show some of the issues here, as opposed to when you send it through email and print it out in black and white. You don't get the full effect. So, what's that?
Costs a lot to print.
It does.
Zoom
It
in-house.
does. That was before the freeze. Now we would have, it would be transcribed by my secretary longhand. So we have three projects. Two of these you've seen because they were on the waterfall, the long-term plan. When we went through the capital planning summit in September, I remember somebody asking me, probably Mr. Flynn, so this year you're coming forward with the Mill Hill partial roof and the North Stratfield. And I said dutifully, yes, that's what's on here, that's what we're coming forward with. Those two have been in the pipeline for this year. The project that had to be accelerated was the Ward boiler, because between the time I made the statement, when the weather was nice and we hadn't fired up the boilers, and the time the winter hit, the boiler basically is kaput. We've patched it together with baling wire or whatever to keep it afloat for a while, but it's not going to make it beyond this year. So this was 2 years out. It was always in the plan to be replaced. So we had to accelerate this by a couple of years. So that's the third project. I think the details kind of speak for themselves. The Mill Hill partial roof replacement is something that has just been causing us a lot of trouble and needs to be done. The details are in there. We have some pictures of what that looks like. And the North Stratfield boilers, are 1964 vintage. And the Q&A that you got, that Tom passed out, somebody had asked about the energy efficiency and what the savings might be for that. So there's a calculation in there. The energy efficiency is a positive byproduct of it, but not the only reason that we want to undertake that project, because you really don't want to risk having a boiler failure at an elementary school in the middle of the winter. And that's as much part of it as anything else. We've been pretty good about replacing our boilers. These are the two oldest, well, the oldest ones in the system, and they're well past their useful life. So that's sort of the overview. I'm going to go on the assumption that you all read the material we sent to you, and there's no need for me to rehash it. And we're happy to answer all questions or get back to you with information, depending on what you ask.
Quick question from me, because I know this comes up every time we do these, and I also noticed some press reports on Riverfield. If we were to approve this tonight, when is this work due to be done?
This work would be done this summer.
So you would be able to get this bid out and contracted to be done this summer, the roof?
That would be the game plan. Mhm. That's one of the advantages of coming up earlier in the cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
The
you.
boiler part wouldn't need to get done until we get closer to heating season, so that's possible that that could be September or October.
But this isn't one of those that we approve and it happens in August of 2015.
No,
This is something.
the roof is limited enough in scope that it could be done this summer.
Yeah, the roof will get state reimbursement, so it'll need a building committee, but I think we're talking with the first selectman on a quicker, easier way to do that by either asking the Fairfield Ward High School Roof Building Committee to take it on, or maybe the Town Facilities Commission, who can do it quickly. The boilers, we can't get reimbursement on, they're deemed a maintenance item, but.
Questions from board members on these items? Mr. DeWitt, and then I'll go to Mrs. Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not that I want to make this bill bigger, but why are we only doing a partial roof on Mill Hill? And we had these discussions when we went through Ward
Good
and all the other ones, right?
question. Mill Hill has 13 roofs. This is only 4 of them. These 4, the warranty expired in 2001.
Okay.
So we've actually been doing some good preventive maintenance to keep it going. It's getting to a point where our consultant is telling us it's failing everywhere. So there are 4 major roofs that are in this particular project.
Okay. So our consultant, so we went through this when we went through the whole warranty thing, which
Yes,
clearly
and we
won't
have a
rehash
preventive
here,
maintenance
but-
program.
But so this is
Monitor.
one of the positive byproducts of having this guy 4 out of 13 rather than 13 out of 13.
Correct.
right? So, great, thank you.
Other questions? Mrs. Leclerc.
My question.
Like that
Yes.
efficiency.
Mr. Brown.
What's the square footage of the 4 roofs?
It's
Did I miss it in here?
17,000 plus. I can give you the exact number if you want.
I'm just trying to, so the price per square foot that they're suggesting that you bid this out is what? What's 461?
Need a calculator.
How many square feet?
I think you said 17,000?
Yeah, I have it exact if you want it.
Go ahead.
We've been figuring square footage numbers around $27.50 a square foot, but they've actually been bidding a lot lower than that. We've been getting very good bids on Ward High School's roof and others, down around 22 to 23, so we're hopeful, but.
The 27 covers the architect, and, is that right? Is that part of the $27?
Yes.
And the reason we need the architect is so we can get the reimbursement, is that a requirement?
Yes, it's one of them. Because they'll want plans and specs specifying all the details, the pitch, the insulation thickness. Will have to be approved by the state for reimbursement.
So the 36,000 is part of the 461?
Yes.
Correct.
Actually, there's a description on pages 4 and 5 of the book of exactly what you're getting for those
Right. I saw
services.
that.
Even if we weren't going for state reimbursement, you want to have an architect design this. You don't want to just rely on a roofing contractor to come in and say, here's what we can do to fix your roof. So this is a good investment.
Are these the oldest sections of roof on this school?
Yes.
And where are the other sections? What age?
The other sections, the warranties expire in 2017 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them.
Well, I don't care about the warranties. What year were they put on?
They were completed in 1997, the bulk of them. The ones we're talking about tonight were in 1991 installed, and there's one section that was installed in 2000.
Okay.
The 1991 had a 10-year warranty.
Yeah, I understand that you guys pay attention to the warranties, but I don't want to know that we're just replacing roofs because the warranty's out.
Right.
I want to know we're replacing roofs when we
Well,
absolutely need to replace.
It's important to the state because they won't reimburse it if the warranty hasn't expired.
Really?
Yep.
Yep.
They won't reimburse it. They won't even consider it.
Okay, so that gets to my next question, which is I see some notification here that these roofs are going to last 20 years, right? These current roofs have lasted 23 years. When was the warranty out on these current roofs? It's not?
The current ones we're talking about tonight,
I'm talking about these ones from 1991. How long are the warranties?
they were a 10-year.
Okay, so help me out. So we're not getting reimbursed anything on these?
No, the warranty expired in 2001, so you're well past the warranty, so you get your reimbursement.
Okay.
So we would put a,
The warranty has to go
you have to be,
done
yes,
to
Yeah, it has to be
exactly,
Okay,
expired.
fine, that's what okay, fine.
right.
How long can we expect these next roofs to last?
We are going to mandate a 20-year warranty on the specific roof we're specifying.
But you make it more out of it. I mean, as you see, we go past these warranty dates all the time, and with proper preventive maintenance, it doesn't mean at 20 years, automatically you have to replace it.
Well, that's,
Correct.
I misunderstood what Tom had originally said.
Okay,
And that concerned me.
yeah.
But I would just think, yeah, I'm not a roofing expert clearly, but 20 years seems to be the standard. Hasn't it gotten a little bit better? Can't we expect a little bit more out of them moving forward?
You could probably get more than 20 years out of them, depending on all kinds of conditions. But the longest warranty that we're aware of is 20. Beyond that, you know, we've seen roofs last longer than that. Absolutely, they can.
Right.
Yeah,
But these roofs, in your opinions, are failing,
Correct.
correct.
and there's water getting into the building
Saturating the insulation,
and causing other damage.
yes.
And you've got this in here at $27 a square foot, even though you've been coming in closer to $23
Yes.
a square foot?
Yes.
Do you have any? Yeah, appreciate it. Do you have something?
I'm trying to remember back, we've had, obviously, the two things that I've learned more about on the board than I thought I would when I joined was road paving and now school roofs, which is good. I think we discussed a little bit about the efficacy of these warranties. If you just go through it again, I remember I had some questions, or we had some questions about, you know, you get a 20-year warranty, but if I remember correctly, they kind of taper off in a way or something like, it's not like in year 17, if there's a problem with the roof, they just come in and build you a new roof, do they?
No. No, they would come in with our consultant and review the failures. They will cover manufacturer defects on the membrane, on the pitch pockets, on certain pieces of the roof. So they'll look at all those expansion joints, the flashings, and they'll come up with an agreement. They fill out forms with our consultant and our staff and identify the failures, and then they'll deem what's under warranty and what's not.
So I guess what I'm getting at, what's the experience with these warranties? Can you give me some specific examples?
They've been
of where-
extremely well. We're having difficulty right now with Fairfield Woods Middle School. Johns Manville is one of the bigger roofing companies, and they've pretty much told us that we are really hammering them with a lot of warranty issues, and they've been covering a lot of repairs and fixes for $40,000, $50,000 a year. We seem to be extremely active, and they're starting to get annoyed.
Maybe if they built it better in the first, yeah.
So we know we're doing our job if they're getting angry. And
So it
we
kind
are
of gets, I'm sorry to
working
interrupt
with
you,
them.
so it gets to my question then, which is that, it sounds to me like there's a disadvantage to the longer warranty, and the disadvantage part is that if in year 16 of a roof that we're building today, we deem that there's big enough problems that we want to do with the kind of replacement or that you're proposing today, we wouldn't be eligible for reimbursement from the state because we would be under this the 16th year of a 20-year warranty, at the very time that it's very likely they're going to be giving us a very hard time about reimbursing us under the warranty because it's 16 years and they're getting all these phone calls from us saying that they're getting annoyed with us with the coverage. My experience with all these warranties, car warranties, all that, they're generally not good deals, is what I'm saying.
The roof
And-
ones are pretty good. We've been on top of them for the 10 years I've been here, and, we've got over 2 million square feet of roof space. We've had none fail under their warranty.
Yeah, but
None have failed completely and have not been covered or repaired.
to Mr. Brachfeld's point, the economic analysis that has to happen
Right,
Yeah.
has to be, what are we spending in maintenance
obviously.
in year 10 through 20?
Right. And
versus
plus we're
what's
paying
the-
for the warranties.
What's the amount of the warranty
Right,
for the difference, plus the additional risk
right.
of not being able to do a full replacement and get reimbursed.
Right.
So before you enter, the point's very
Right.
valid, before you enter into a 20-year warranty, you want to do that analysis.
And that's why we have
Official.
roofing experts advise us on this. We don't make that decision ourselves.
Yeah, well, you don't need to be a roofing expert, you can be.
Well, but I mean, I think that, if you're Hoffman Architects, as an example, they've been involved in lots of these, they've dealt with warranties lots of times, and they can tell you whether the marginal cost of getting the 20-year warranty is going to pay off for you. The other thing is, I don't think you want people coming back here every 10 years to replace a roof just because there's state reimbursement.
Right.
State reimbursement is 27%.
Obviously.
So,
Nobody's saying that,
yeah.
but the point is valid. If the roof fails at 18 years,
Right.
and you're saying, well, I got a 20-year warranty, you're going to have to egg it out for 3 years.
Well, no, but if it's 18 years and there's issues, then they'll fix it
They
under the
fix 'em,
warranty.
and we've had very good results.
Okay.
Right.
We also don't pick the warranty. It depends on the type of roof, if it's a PVC, if it's a membrane, if it's mechanically fastened. That's how the warranty is determined by the manufacturer. It's not like we sit down and say, well, we'd like to get 25 years out of this roof, or we want to get a 30-year. It depends on the system and specs that are put in.
And just my final question is, who provides the warranty? Is it the manufacturer of the?
Yes.
Okay, so you are,
And he's there on site monitoring the contractor's installation work, along with our
Sign off
consultant.
on that?
Yes.
Are you set?
Yep, thank you.
Mrs. Leclerc?
I just wanted to clarify, the 978,000 is net of reimbursements from the state?
No, that's gross.
That's
the gross
gross.
amount? Okay.
Yeah, it's on one of the charts.
Yes, in order to qualify for state reimbursement for any project, the town bodies have to approve the full gross amount,
Okay.
and then you get it back as a reimbursement when the project is complete.
Okay, so if we go through the right process, we'll get 27%.
27, right now, are
Actually, 26.43%
there you go.
right now. It changes every 3 months, it seems to
Okay.
go up or down.
Number, yeah.
Right, of the fixed number, right.
Ki-
No, the boilers don't count, it's just the roof is eligible for reimbursement.
Okay, and then can you just explain, like, what the difference is, like a maintenance, if the boilers are maintenance, versus how you get reimbursed, like what steps we have to go through?
Boilers would be reimbursable if it was a large school renovation of the whole school, and it was deemed that the boilers were 50-something years old, and with all the new things we were doing in new classrooms, they required new boilers. But just going in and ripping out 2 old boilers are deemed a maintenance item, that's just old age.
Okay.
So the state deems it.
But the roof is a little different, replace, that's...
Correct. Roofs, they go by the warranty. If your warranty is run out and it's failing, it's reimbursable
There's different rules for roofs about reimbursement
for windows and...
that are different from other construction projects. So there's, in a regular construction project, you're also limited by square footage of this building versus the enrollment. Roofs doesn't have any of those limitations. So you don't have to say, well, they say the reimbursement's 26%, but because of this rule about too big a school, you're only going to get 18%. With roofs, you get your,
They determine it on all projects. When we do like an auditorium over with a big renovation at a high school, if we're not touching anything in the auditorium but the chairs, they deem that maintenance and they won't cover it. They'll make them ineligible. But if you were tearing the whole auditorium apart, doing new lights, new ceilings, electrical and flooring, then they would deem those replaceable.
Okay, and then one final one, is we have no major renovation projects planned for either of these schools that these boilers can wait for? that's right.
No, we've been doing pretty good with boiler replacements at the elementary schools. We started in 2005. These two are the second last. Jennings would be the next. They're 1966 boilers. And then we have the two high schools with a 71 vintage.
But there's no project imminent,
Right. That's
right, where
just
you
what
would gut it out a year, and then, I understand what you're saying, sure, fold it in. North Stratfield's in pretty good shape, and Ward, there's nothing on the horizon there, so.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Clem, any other questions? Mr. Becker?
Thank you. So on the, you're basically saying that they're giving you difficulty with the reimbursements, but they're not paying the claims, they're just getting frustrated because you're actually doing what you're supposed to do. So we don't have any indication that entering into warranties like this, we're going to find ourselves, you know, at 10, 15 years out not getting payouts. It's just that we have to maybe deal with the fact that they're just not happy about it. Is that
Correct.
a fair assessment?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then just one more question. We had actually recently, or too recently, but we went through we actually went through all the projects where we did a lot of maintenance, and then we got those extended warranties. When we go into something like that, does that bump out our state, because now they're under warranty again or continued, does that bump out that window for the state reimbursement? Like on those roofs, we have to wait now until those new extended ones are done before we actually go and get them?
It's a good question. I'm not sure the answer, so I don't want to say anything. I think that deal was done in Fairfield with the manufacturer. I'm not sure how the state would react to an existing roof where we got an extended 5-year warranty.
Sure.
I could find out. for
Yeah,
you.
if you could, just as background and thinking as these roofs, maybe if they're warranting them out for 20 years, they might actually last longer,
Yep.
and who knows what we could end up with, and be good to know. But thank you.
Sure.
All right, then I do have one more question on the boilers. It is estimated that these boilers will be put in before needed for next winter.
Correct.
Okay. What's in the budget for savings on these costs in your 14-15 budget for these boilers?
It's a good question, but we've been looking at our utilities, and this winter's been very tough on us. So 14, 15, we did not reduce the utilities, planning on these boilers going in.
Okay, but it looks like if we replace these boilers, we should, how many boilers at Ward?
Ward has 3 boilers.
So we should see a
We're
third.
doing 1.
Right, this is one, so we should see a third of the cost
Not
cut by
necessarily.
20%?
Not necessarily, because,
Now you're sandbagging me here.
well, Ward High School has 3 boilers, but it doesn't run 3 boilers even on the coldest week.
So why don't we run with 2 and not replace this?
Because if one of the 2 fails, the school shuts down.
So give me 20% on the reduction of the expense.
You can put whatever you want, then we'll see how close we are. But, yeah, we should be able to, I think the easier one is
Dwight,
North Stratfield.
Stratfield, thank you.
Yeah, North Stratfield would be that'd be the easiest one to,
Right,
to
because it's
see.
got 2 boilers and we're replacing both,
right.
so.
That would be clearer to have in
So
there.
you've got a 20 to 25% savings there based on what you saw at Dwight,
Correct.
right? How much is the heating cost of that school a year?
It's in here, it's 117,000.
So we just saved 25 grand?
No, because these past few weeks, we took the boilers in the schools off the night mode because we froze sprinkler lines, radiators, and numerous problems.
Depends how much you use, right? But compared to what you would have used.
Right.
Right.
Had to open
Right.
them up, and we had to shut down the outside dampers, the
Tom,
HVAC
give me something
systems.
here.
Right.
I'm
The answer
sorry.
is,
Sorry.
right, let's put it this way. Compared to what we would have spent without replacing them, there should be a savings.
Yeah,
That's the answer, right?
yes,
Correct.
that's the answer I'm looking for.
Yep,
And here's the
Right.
option.
right.
When we review your budget, please calculate that number and bring it, or I'll calculate it.
Right. Fair enough.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. DeWitt?
On top of that, it's real, and I think a bigger factor is maintenance.
Right.
So you want to talk about taking 23% off our utility bill,
Right.
it's got to be a huge change to maintenance, because I'm unfortunately familiar with North Stratfield boilers being on tools for schools there.
Yes.
And they're a pain in the neck, right?
Right.
That number has got to come down, right? So that should be reflected.
They will. There's some governmental state things we still have to do. They all have to be inspected, the breachings, the chimneys, the
Sure, sure,
boilers.
sure.
Which is how wards failed. It didn't pass inspection.
Right.
They wouldn't allow us to fire it and labeled it.
Right.
So there's still a lot of things we do have to do.
There's
but
preventive maintenance, I get it, but
maintenance-wise.
the actually going there and working on it because
Fixing
it
it.
failed
Right.
maintenance,
Correct.
right, should be reduced.
So when we build our budget, we do not assume that these things will go through the town bodies in a time that we can implement these. If by the time the budget season is over, everybody's approved them and we know it's 100% a sure thing, then we are happy to recalculate what the savings might be. But when you build a budget in October, we don't want to assume that these are always going to go through.
So what boilers did we replace last year that we could be taking advantage
Dwight's.
Right?
So you have savings on that this year that's going towards the shortfall you're presently having in special ed, I would assume.
No, the Dwight project was
It's the only
done.
time I've seen Tom say yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
all night.
Yes,
Correct.
right. I think
You are
that,
correct. We looked at utilities, we looked at a lot of energy projects we did, and trying to capture costs for,
Right.
to help out the.
So assuming this goes through, by the time we vote in the end of March,
yeah, if this goes through the RTM, right, I mean, I'm assuming that if things go well tonight, you know, I mean, it depends on the timing of all this, right? So, whenever it's finished with the RTM, that's the point at which we would know for sure,
okay.
right?
Hence another reason to do this earlier in the cycle.
No, it's fine. I mean, this is
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about this in terms of the timing, get this done and handle it. Absolutely.
Do we have any other questions from board members? Mr. Becker?
Just, the number that you're budgeting is more of an average, typical type of year. You're not planning for years like this where
Right.
we've got
Correct.
the 11 degrees for, or 5 degrees, you know, for this long then, basically.
We don't.
And then you pick up the pieces if it's a bad year or shift it to somewhere else. That's sort of your ebbs and flows within the budgeting.
Well, there's two parts to it, of course. There's the estimated usage, which we can use a 5-year average for that. And then there's the cost of the fuel itself, which varies. So you've got two parts that you have to deal with, and you know, we go with the usage, but then, you know, depending on how the town does in bidding for the actual fuel cost, that will have a big determination as to what the overall budget number would be. Right, so we got to know both parts of it to budget it.
Gotcha, okay. So,
Basically rate and volume.
That's it.
and you kind of blend those to come up with what number you're going to put in. I mean, obviously, this year is something that is worse than, I mean, even with cold snaps normally, this year has been particularly hard.
That's very.
And that will in some way factor into the future as we possibly are going to colder winters, but it's not going to be like you're going to take these and move them forward. You're going to average them out.
We're waiting for global warming to bail us out.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions, comments, concerns on these items? Being that I want to dismiss the Board of Education, is there anybody in the audience that would like to comment on any of these items? Now would be the time on these items for the schools. Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate,
We appreciate it.
taking us in this order. Thank you all.
Sure. And now, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to you so that you can run us through how you would like us to review the rest of the projects.
I got it figured out. Green means... Green is good for you guys, red is good for me. The next item would be Mr. Lombardo talking about the bunkers at the golf course for $100,000.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome, Mr. Grace, as well.
Thank you, Chairman Flynn.
We're here this evening, once again asking for non-recurring funding of $100,000. As you all recall, that we passed the Golf Commission in 2010 put together a 10-year plan for improvements into the golf course facility and the clubhouse. We are still working on the infrastructure of the golf course, and this year we're planning on spending $100,000 in completing 11 bunkers, which consist of rebuilt and reshaping them. As you see in the plan that the 14 points that I submitted, it's somewhat similar to the last year, because bunkers are bunkers. Some are small, some are big, but they all average out. And I just want to let the Commission know that we have seen improvements with the drainage work that we've been able to do. Our cart revenue has been increasing twofold. One, we did increase the price, but also we see the number of carts going out because we can get them out onto the course. So all the work that we are putting into the facility is, going to be coming back to us over time. I'll entertain any questions, but basically it's the same thing that we've been doing. We're continuation on our plan. We've been following fairly close. We do move within itself. It's a Bible for us of how we should do things, but we stay as close as possible to what we plan.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. Questions, comments from board members on this item? I'd like to commend you guys in the Golf Commission on that 10-year plan, and I actually refer to that often when I'm speaking with others in the town, that it's by putting together a plan like that and then just continuing following it. And you can certainly see the improvements in the course and the comments that I hear about the course. And it seems to be moving forward pretty well. So, from my perspective, thank you. I don't know if anybody else has something different. Dan, do we have anybody from the audience would like to say anything? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you during budget season.
All right, next up will be DPW. There's two documents I would reference. One is a copy of an email which shows the prioritization of the DPW documents 1 through 8. And then the 8 documents and their amounts, of course, are listed on the non-recurring capital summary schedule. Mr. Michelangelo.
Good evening, Mr. Michelangelo.
Good evening, Mr. Flynn.
The floor is yours.
Okay. I'll go through the projects on the list that was 14-point projects, and I'll go in the order of the priority ones, which is the first two I'll cover is the Fairfield Center Streetscape project and the Old Town Hall structural improvements. The Fairfield Center Streetscape is the section of the Post Road from Beach all the way down to Thorpe Mill Plain that has the for $100,000. So I think that packet was listed in numerical order, so that should be the final one there. So that was the streetscape improvements that were done various periods over the last 20-25 years, which consists of the concrete sidewalk, the brick strip between the sidewalk and the curbing, the ornamental trees, tree grates, etc. What we find ourselves doing on any given year in our operating budget, we're given somewhere between $80 to $100,000 for sidewalk improvements around town. And invariably what we end up doing is spending a disproportionate amount of that money, probably 40-50% in the downtown area, just because those are heavily used sidewalks. Those are the most costly to repair too, because of the pavers and the tree grates and things like that. So one thing that we'd like to do to make a dent in the overall condition of the downtown sidewalks is dedicate a specific funding project, 100,000, to go for specifically for the streetscape downtown sidewalks, both the concrete and the brick pavers that have been uplifted quite a bit. And we've done some square footage estimates, and I think that probably encompasses about 15% of the total sidewalk network down there. And not only will that help the downtown area, it'll also, stretch our operating budget money further to allow us to do sidewalk work around town that often, loses out in the in the battle between where to do these projects. So I don't know if you want me to keep going or if there's any questions on this project.
No, I'd like to
itself.
follow up on this project first. People have questions on this, Mr. Becker? Then I'm going to go to Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you. Can you just clarify, it says, you're saying downtown, and then you're also, I see some of the side streets sort of just branching out or covered. What is actually kind of being considered downtown? Because that's, over the last couple of years, I would say that's expanded a little bit from what it was at one point.
Correct. So our streetscape, where we have the typical treatment with the concrete sidewalk and the red brick accent strip is basically the post road from Beach to Thorpe Mill Plain. And when we have the other roads that there's little stubs that go down like Sanford and Miller Place, just the little stubs that veer out there. But other than some of the side streets along there, basically it's both sides of the post road from that limit there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. DeWitt?
Your proposal says this money will cover about 15% of the total area. Is it the total area that needs refurbishment and repair, or 15% of the total area only needs repair?
The latter, 15% of the total area. So that we've identified the areas that need repair, and that comes out to about 15% of the total network down there.
Right. The other thing in here, it appears as if you're going, because you say a lot of the things are dislodged because of trees, so it seems more labor-driven than material-driven. Is that true?
Correct, but once again, for the most part, we'd probably hire a contractor to do it, but from the contractor's end, it would probably be more labor than material.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions. First of all, what are we doing smarter this time as it relates to this so we don't have similar issues? I would hate to drop $100,000 here and then be back here again saying, well, same damn trees did it again, and, the pavers are dug up, and, it looked nice when it was down, because a lot of times you do something that looks really nice for the first year, first 2 years, and then the bricks are cracked, the bricks are moved and everything, and you're kind of sitting there going, well, this is a mess.
Yeah.
So what are we doing different this time that you're not going to be back here and saying, well, now it's 15% again in 2 years?
Okay. The tree grates themselves were probably too small. So the areas per grates are about 4 feet by 4 feet. They should be, they should have been left bigger anyway, but now they need to be bigger because the trees have humped up. So we'll make the spots for the trees, larger. We can't make them any wider, but we'll make them longer. When the brick pavers were placed there, they're placed on a concrete bed, which it's good to create a nice sturdy type treatment when it first goes in, but the problem is when it fails, the whole thing rises up. So now the fact that there's concrete there actually causes us more problems than it did good. If you do it on a compacted gravel cinder base, they're easier to take out and reshuffle the deck and put the same ones back. So that's a couple of the major stuff that we'll do differently this time. And there's some of the brick pavers are only up, they're only up maybe an inch. But once again, the inches large enough to create tripping hazards and also aesthetic, issues. But yeah, so if we had our druthers, we would, take those out, smooth it out, and put it back. But unfortunately, it's more of a project now because they were set in concrete. So most likely, we won't do that going forward.
So there's demo involved in this 15%.
Correct.
And eventually, we're going to have to do a lot more then.
Correct. Yeah.
The next question I have, bear with me here, but if I'm a vendor, an owner, building owner in Black Rock Turnpike or Southport, I'm going to sit there and say, yeah, here they go again. They're spending another $100,000 downtown, but yet what's going on with my sidewalk? I don't get the fancy brick, and I get the heaving of the concrete, and it's all broken, and they're not doing a damn thing for me.
Okay.
So what are you going to say to them when I call you up because they got me in their store? They're not complaining.
Well, yeah, we did do some sections of concrete concrete sidewalk along Black Rock last year. So certain stretches we did, and in Southport Center we also dedicated, in front of the post office there and the spick and span, that whole section by the horseshoe there, that was all addressed last year too. So we did spend quite a bit, especially in Southport Center, like in the August and September of this year. So we realized the pressures, and we try to distribute the sidewalks evenly.
Yeah, I think that the real issue, and Joe said it up front, these sidewalks were installed 25 years ago. So we can talk about what we're doing now and what they'll look like in a couple of years, but the real issue is we really need a better plan, and I've asked Joe to put one together for sidewalk maintenance all over town. And that at some point we've got, is it 110 miles of sidewalk?
Correct.
And we can't just put it in and 30 years later be surprised that the bricks aren't aligned, that amazingly the trees have grown in 30 years, and that a lot of that's done up. So as Joe mentioned, part of Southport area was done this year. In looking at this, and we walked from Beach Road roughly to St. Thomas Church on one side and then back downtown. And I'm amazed if you're fixing 15% of that, I can understand, but there's a lot more than 15% of that that's in tough shape.
We did measure it up, so we feel that's a good number, comfortable number to address the sidewalk issue.
That's huge. That's a lot more progress I thought we'd make down there than we could. To the Black Rock Turnpike item, we have been progressively going back and fixing pieces of the sidewalk along there and runs of the sidewalk, and I think you've seen some progress along those routes. But there's a lot more. As Joe mentioned, part of the issue in terms of if you ever try and do the most good for the most, I don't know what the measure would be, steps per foot per sidewalk kind of thing. When we're bringing folks into downtown with all the new restaurants, with that type of thing, there's a lot more walkers on those sidewalks than there are elsewhere. By doing this dedicates some money to that section of sidewalk. However, it leaves the money in his budget, in essence frees that up, to be used elsewhere in town. And do you have much in the other areas targeted, or is that on a read and react basis?
No, we get quite a few. Once again, a lot of our issues that we address obviously is the fall down trip complaints, where you get panels that are raised. So you could have a perfectly good 300-foot stretch of sidewalk, and if one panel goes off, you have to prioritize and hit that. One thing that we do have in this town is quite a bit of long stretches of asphalt sidewalk, which are good because they're, we've identified, long stretches where we can make some hay. We could go on this stretch from Jennings, from this location, knock off, 1,000 feet here, 1,000 feet there. So we do have, one of the things we will develop is a plan going forward of where to address them around town, and not just reacting to the panels that are causing tripping things. Obviously, those are priorities because we don't want people getting hurt, but also, long-term planning to improve our networks.
Thank you. What you two gentlemen just described is very similar to the asphalt program that we transitioned into just a few years ago, before Mr. Michelangelo, you were here. And the issue with that was, from a financing standpoint, we had a hard time bonding for that, and we had a plan to move it out of bonding and actually into the operating cost, because everything that you guys just described should be done not as a non-recurring item, but as an actual recurring item year after year, in order, to your point, Mr. Tetreau, to not have a sidewalk sit there for 30, 40 years, if in fact it shouldn't. I'm all for keeping them there that long, if they're okay. So I'd be very interested in seeing the plan and how, very similar to the asphalt, we transition it so that we do take care of those sidewalks. So we do have those incidents, because I do see us, and I support us, spending the money in the downtown areas. But I also, if I was paying the taxes of those property owners and those vendors and those merchants in those other areas, I'd want to see that we were doing just as well by them.
Oh, no question. And I think there are 2 points along those lines, just to clarify. One is that Black Rock Turnpike is a different type of center, very important center, and certainly from a commercial standpoint. One of the challenges up there is there's less walking between stores and a lot more driving between stores. And if we could wipe the slate clean, we would format it differently, create more walking spaces, allow a different parking structure that would let that happen. You wouldn't design a walking experience the way Black Rock Turnpike is designed.
No question.
But it is what it is, and you're right, we do need to invest there and invest that. I think the second piece is that this is to a certain degree catch-up. All right, we know the sidewalk's broken in many places. We know we need to fix it. We know whatever plan we're going to put together is going to need to address these items. Right, so this kind of provides a bridge, if you will, to us getting a more complete plan put together. And it wasn't until I was able to walk the sidewalks with Joe, with Bill Hurley, with Mark Barnhart. So we looked at kind of what streetscape and what community block grant money, as well as working with our state reps, as we did in the Kings Highway area recently, to get money for sidewalks in and around the new train station, kind of leading down there. So there are many parts of town that need help. This was a Band-Aid or a bridge to address that specific area. But you're absolutely right. We need the overall plan to effectively do that, and it was realizing that as we walked through, and it was, when was this put in? 25 years ago. How about this section? 25 years ago. And this section? 25 years ago. We have gone a long way without doing any interim maintenance to those. And you can see it in the brick pavers, and you can see it in some of the reports we get back.
When will we have the plan that's going to address this, so that we can understand what the ongoing funding requirements are, and perhaps even transition to this from a capital project more into the operating plan, much like we did with the asphalt?
Yeah, one of the differences there is that we haven't been doing much bonding from a standpoint of sidewalks. We've been working with
I'm not saying we
the
have.
operating budget.
Yep.
And so we didn't get hooked on, oh yeah, we've got a whole bunch bonded, as we kind of did in the paving issue before. In terms of when the plan might be ready, Joe, you're going to have to answer that one.
Yeah, I'd say it would probably take several months for us to inventory and rate the condition of all our sidewalks to get a comprehensive townwide plan.
And is that something that someone's tasked with and working on right now?
Not right now, but it's something we've discussed how to do it, who's best to do it. So we will get started on that.
Because, I mean, we're about to say, let's bond $100 grand to do it. Maybe to kickstart this, it should be, and I'm not, I'm just saying, do it the right way, it should be more, and then you, much like we did with the asphalt, you goose up the number in the operating plan, if that's what the plan calls for. I just want to make sure if we spend this, we don't use the word Band-Aid. I don't want to just put the Band-Aid on and then say, okay, we're done with that area.
Yeah, I don't think that's the intent. I think we identified, I'm going to say a month or so back, before this board, identified sidewalks as being an issue that we would have things coming forward on. You and I had an offline talk about some of that. I think this is literally a bridge in that mind. We need the plan put together. We need to identify, based on the quality and concern on the sidewalk area, what the annual amount should be. And then, is there some amount of catch-up? Same discussion we had on the paving. I think that we can be perhaps a little more realistic with this in terms of what the ramp-up to that should be.
Yeah, I just don't know where we're bridging to. I agree with everything you
Yep.
said, other than the fact that this is kind of the bridge to
In the short term,
plan.
this buys us some time to put together the plan while we're getting this fixed.
All right, Ms. Leclerc.
Oh, I just wanted to add and thank Mr. Tetreau and Mr. D'Angelo for looking at this, because when my husband was chairman of TP&Z, this was one of the things he was begging Mr. Tetreau to take a look at, because it was needed. And I know TP&Z looks at all the future building projects and requests them to put in sidewalks and try to make everything foot-friendly, that you can walk from place to place.
Thank you, Ms. Leclerc. Anything else? Any questions? Mr. Brachfeld.
Joe and Mike, one quick question would be, I didn't notice it anywhere here in your description. So obviously, these sidewalks, pavers, et cetera, improvements are in front of businesses?
Correct, yep.
Have we talked to those shop owners about what we're going to be doing here and make sure that it's optimal for what is in the best interest of their foot traffic and their success? You know, 'cause in addition, obviously, fixing the sidewalks, you're talking about benches and some of the beautification. So I'm just curious if they're on board with what you're looking to do.
Yeah, I'm going to
before
turn
you
this
do
over,
it.
turn this back to Joe, but just to jump in quickly, I think the issue, this is again, for lack of a better term, this is one big repair project.
Right.
The sidewalks are in horrible condition. The red brick pavers are up and down. Some of that's from roots, some of that's from heaving that comes through. Sidewalks are broken. I mean, it's difficult to walk down there in any manner, way, shape, or form. I think we've got some benches, we've got some lighting, that type of thing, that I don't know if we plan to add to that or not in this, or was this, I thought this was just sidewalks as we've talked before.
Not according to the description.
Okay, yeah, I think the bulk of our stuff is for sidewalk and brick pavers there, and I'd have to look again on what we had for the incidental items. But no, we haven't talked specifically to the businesses, at least I haven't. I know Mark Barnhart is very active down there. But one thing we want to do is once again, you know, the treatment down there with the concrete sidewalk, the brick paver, with meeting the curbing, with the trees and the pattern there. You know, that's sort of the template. So with every individual property, whenever we're going to be doing something in front of a property, it will affect their business for a short period of time. You know, concrete sidewalk doesn't go down immediately. It has to be closed off. It has to be protected for a while. So in those coordination talks with the businesses themselves, if there's any, specific concerns of those individual properties, I know a lot of them have even like the restaurants have the frontage things. Some of them have their little curb cuts where you access them. So they know the peculiarities better than we do of a specific property. So we will, go over it with them, but we really don't want to deviate from the standard of the concrete sidewalk.
No, my question was, the answer morphed from what I didn't want to hear to what I did want to hear. But my only question was, since I read in here that you specifically say work may also include trees, benches, curbs, other amenities. I'm not saying we shouldn't do any of this stuff. I'm just saying that I just want to make sure that a store doesn't wake up one morning, all of a sudden see something there that wasn't there before, and they say, hey, wait a minute, this is not necessarily what is in our best interest. I just don't see why you would do work in front of a store without saying, hey, this is what we plan to do in front of your store.
Correct. We
so
will
I just
work
want
with
to make sure that,
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of communication that goes on between DPW and the store owners, and to pick a case in point, for those of you that are familiar with the establishment, I realize not everybody might be, but the Horseshoe in Southport, one of their requests is that the horseshoes that were embedded in the sidewalk were saved, retained, and re-embedded in the new sidewalk. that was installed, and DPW was able to affect that. So there is a certain amount of communication that does take place.
And, you know, recently, and I'm not familiar with the place, but there's a wood engraving place down at, along the Post Road, next to the Fairfield U bookstore someplace, and their bench was, you know, in disrepair. So that was something that, you know, I didn't even know they had a bench, but that's something that we reacted to. And, you know, there are some, in walking down there, it does look like there are some trees that have been, I would say, intentionally removed. Possibly it blocks the visibility of the business of the signs. So knowing that, you know, that the tree didn't survive for that reason, we'd probably, well, we would work with the property owner and, you know, see how to accommodate that specific incident.
Or I guess maybe more to the point, there's no part of this plan that's changing dramatically the number of trees or adding lots of new trees or adding lots of new benches or adding lots of new lights downtown. It does allow for repair of any of those fixtures that's in place.
I'll note that Mr. Michelangelo did not know where the bookstore was, but did not say he did not know where the horseshoe was.
I know where both
Mr.
were,
Becker
just for the
and Mrs.
record.
Leclerc.
I knew both.
Okay, so one of the things, you're going to bring this plan to us, but the difference between the paving really and the sidewalks also is that with the paving, we had our 270 miles of road or so, and might have been varying conditions, but it was there. The sidewalks were also, we're not just looking at what our 20 or 30-year replacement is, but also adding to that in that process. So you're going to, I mean, I assume you're going to bring kind of a plan that not only talks about working on the condition of the existing ones, but also where you're targeting to do that. Because over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of sidewalks that have been put in. Some of them, part of it down Southport by connecting to Delamar, which was a good component where some nonprofits kind of put some money in, like some.
Yeah. A lot around the Metro Center too.
And Metro, yep, and some statements. So there's a couple of different ways. And that was getting, my next point would be, maybe there's ways that we can then in that plan look to, and maybe you can target that a little bit before you get here, where we can look for either state funds or other projects or, you know, partnerships or whatever. But get an idea. So if there's a, like, if we're maybe going to want to, like we're doing here, sort of, you know, in some ways we kickstart some stuff and then we fit it into the yearly. But it's a similar thing to the chairman's point, but it's
You're
a
absolutely
little bit
correct.
different beast.
And if you've seen us over time, we've brought in state grants, we've brought in other streetscape grants to help do that. And certainly if you're building a new sidewalks, you have a little flexibility in terms of when you do that to some degree. And if you think of Round Hill Road, some have been added in there. Certainly Black Rock Turnpike has seen stretches totally redone in certain cases. Part of the reason or importance of this item specifically is to address what, for lack of a better term, are some safety hazards in downtown. And as you walk those sidewalks, literally from Beach Road to Heritage Square to St. Thomas Church area and back, I'm amazed we can get as much of that repaired as Joe is pointing out, because it just seems like there's not a lot that's whole, and there seems a whole lot that's broken.
Yeah, and actually that, to your point there, that's kind of, that was a generality kind of request, I guess, in there, if you will. But getting to this specific project, you know, to the Director of Public Works, I mean, the first Selectman did bring up, there's a 15% number, but as I think about walking through kind of that downtown area, it seems like all those jagged kind of areas where you drop. I mean, just the other day, parking and heading to the library, you know, add ice to it. It was fun carrying a toddler as I'm trying to go through that and navigate, and almost every one of them, you know, you're going like this, and I'm thinking, it's like that in so many places. This 15%.
Yeah, we can. Your point's well taken, Mr. Becker. I think that this literally is a bridge to get us to the plan to have a more ongoing, robust, comprehensive approach. There's no question we need at least this much to address some of those points. I think you and I are coming from the same point that looks like we might need a whole lot more than this. But if this addresses the most immediate needs, that gets us started and gives a chance. And more importantly, saves the normal money in the budget so we can use that elsewhere and address the rest of town and get it away from just addressing urgent needs in the downtown area, so we can be a little more responsive to the other parts of town.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I agree that the downtown area, obviously, as others have noticed, that Fairfield is taking off in a lot of ways. We want to protect that as well, so
Okay.
I agree. I'm good,
Right.
thank you.
Mrs. Leclerc?
I was going to ask a similar question. Do we have any community block grant funds that can be used?
We're going to use every grant we can get.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All set? Any other questions on this item? Go to the public on this item briefly. Nothing. We'll go on to item number 2, and I'm hoping that the rest of these items will go much more quickly, but that was an interesting one.
Okay.
So, thank you, Mr. Tetreau. So we'll go to the Old Town Hall structural improvements.
Correct. So that's $300,000 to repair some of the structural issues that are going on in Old Town Hall. And the area of Old Town Hall that's in disrepair is the oldest part, where if you walk into the building from the front entrance, it's the area that's the lobby area, for lack of a better term. So before you go into the town clerks down the hall, or the assessor to the right, or the tax collector to the left, it's that open area over there, which is the oldest part of the building. It's the old hewn log type construction that's in the basement there. There's some photos not in color, but they show some of the extent of the rotting that has occurred over the years, dry rot, some historical insect rot, and the strategy over the years was just to keep adding posts and adding posts, but the rot is to the extent that it's time for it to have a major overhaul. So what we do, we'd get a structural engineer in there to come up with a formal plan. So whether we'd brace each of the existing old beams there, or put a new beam there and take out the old beam, we'll see which one is the better approach. But we believe we could do everything from the bottom up. There's some rotting on the floorboards, but for the most part, we believe the whole first floor decking is fine. If the area does have to be closed off during construction, we have the luxury. There are 2 additional side entrances on each side that we would be able to use that are not part of this. So we think we could repair the building from the bottom and keep the building open without affecting the use of the building.
Questions on this item? Mr. Leclerc?
Will we be changing the appearance of Town Hall at all, like the outside, or?
Not at all. Even from the standing on the first floor, it won't change that.
Questions? Mr. Becker?
There's an item of about $3 million in the waterfall a couple years out for Old Town Hall, if I'm correct.
Correct.
I guess why not wait? Is there some sort of urgency? Would it maybe saved money overall by doing it as part of a larger project? Like, why now versus a couple years?
Well, it needs to be done now. In the waterfall plan for Town Hall, the first part of that is a $300,000 engineering architectural work to evaluate the building, all the systems, the mechanical systems, the heating system, and also some of the functionality, the egress issues. You have buildings at various different levels. You have multiple stairways. So that's the all-encompassing issue. But regardless, the town hall itself, that I don't think in any way, shape, or form we would change that 35-foot by 50-foot center area, at the least. So this gets a major problem behind us that we have to get. And in addition, it's not just the first floor. It does touch on the exterior a little. It's not just the first floor joist beam along the bottom, but also along the sill on the outside. There's, that's connected. That's part of the first floor framing issue. So it is something that needs to be addressed. And one of the pictures that I think is most telling, where you see the gentleman putting his hand inside the beam. Well, you notice that that's a notched beam, so if that's if that's an 8-inch beam, the top 4 foot is cut, and the bottom part of the beam is hollow. So, that's typical of the some of the problems that exist there. So it's not something that we should, the future of Old Town Hall is very complex, and I don't think that's going to be solved. That'll be another issue for future years. So I think we need to get this one behind us.
Anyone else? Quick question on this one. What I'm concerned about looking at this, how old is this building?
Several hundred years old.
When's the last time it was opened up?
Yeah. This has not been. When you say opened up, this hasn't been touched. These are all original.
So what are the odds, I guess my question is, what are the odds when you get in there, we're going to have one of those, moments? And it's going to be a lot, to Mr. Becker's point, we got $3 million several years out.
Yeah.
What says we're not going to be back here in a few months going, guess what?
I would say we're not counting on anything that we're finding there to be, useful in any way. So, all those beams that you see in the photo there, all the structural members will be new running through there.
Right, but you're going to have to lift up the old in order to put the new in, right? You're going to have to cut out the old, brace up the building, and then put in the new? I probably oversimplified it. I'm not an engineer.
I don't.
You don't consider it a concern?
No, we're pretty. Once again, for that 300,000, the scope of the project is it's not unreal. We have a defined area. We have a defined task, and it's much younger building. But at the Fairfield Theater Company several years ago, when I saw it afterwards, they did almost the same thing. They just if you go in the warehouse part of that building, you look up. Well, between every one of the old rafters, there's a new one stuck in between there. So this is in essence the same thing. Everywhere you see a hole there, you're going to stick a brand new LVL piece of lumber as opposed to the old 200-year-old beam.
Well, you just said that proper word, 200-year-old. That's what concerns me.
Yep.
I'm just saying, right now you have, I guess it goes back to Mr. Becker's question. I mean, is this something that we should be looking at separately and get it all done? Not that I want to increase the spending, but, I mean, it is a several hundred-year-old building.
Now when I
Crux of the town, right?
Now when I wrote up the description on the 14 points, I didn't want to be an alarmist, but I think I did state in there that that it will fall into disrepair. So whether we have to close it off before, that is a possibility. That if we do wait for the $3 million overall of the building, we might have yellow tape around, the middle section there.
And I'm not suggesting that we would do that. I'm suggesting I just want to be realistic as what this might, the can of worms this might open up and how we're going to manage it once you open it up. Mr. Tetreau.
I think there are two components here. One is I think there's a certain sense of urgency to this specific project because it's the foundation and the floor. I think to Joe's point, they've been in under the foundation. Joe invited me to go. I said, I'll just look at the photos. But he would conduct tours if anyone here would like to personally inspect the. However, I think the issue is, think of this as a repair job. And I guess I could make the pitch that it's protecting our income stream because this is the way people walk in to pay taxes. The broader issue, if you look at the $3 million project, and I guess at some point I'm going to use the technical term, that's a really big project, and that there's going to be some sort of architecture and design work first. That may take a year in and of itself. Going through the boards to get that approved is going to take some amount of time to have all that presented. There's going to be a building committee. There's going to be that type of... So that could be a 4 or 5 year project before either we're ready to do that or between the design and the approval and getting the approvals through the Historic District Commission also, which may take several tries based on prior experience. So that just may take a long time. So we could be talking 5 or 6 years down the road without too big a leap of faith or too big a jump on that. This is something we're trying to, when would we start this if it were approved?
We'd get a structural engineer in there immediately.
And how long would it take to finish?
I'd say within a 12-month time frame.
Okay. That's the scope, I think, that the difference in work in terms of what they're trying to do. That's all.
Yeah, no, thank you. Me personally, I understood that. I'm just concerned when you open up such a old building, what you're going to find. And I just want to know, as we go into this, we got to go into it with our eyes wide open. I mean, you know what you're doing. You've forgotten more about it than I know.
Yeah.
That old a building.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound like I'm the engineer on this either. I'm just talking from a definition of the project as I understood them. But
Yeah. Anybody else? Mr. DeWitt?
Our non-recurring is capped at $1 million, right? Anything over $1 million, we talk capital.
will become a capital project.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay. So,
Which would be separate.
right, so this would turn into a capital project if we were to,
Well, the three,
that, which I'm not really in favor of, but it could,
and that's why the $3 million is kind of a placeholder. That could be $4 or $5 million based on what happens. And to Mr. Flynn's point, when the engineers get in there, open things up and see what it takes, that could be a bigger number. All right, and if you said, what are the specs and what are you trying to do with that $3 million? We haven't sat down and agreed to those yet either. So $3 million's literally a placeholder for a very big number.
Good. Thank you. Any other questions, comments on this item? Go to the public on it. Seeing none, we'll go to the next item. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Tetreau.
Now, the next 6 items are all vehicles, trucks, and in beginning the process of preparing the operating budget for this year, typically the larger vehicles were historically submitted through the operating budget. In reviewing it with Mr. Mayor, as far as the town policy, there are no reason why these should not fall into the capital non-recurring process. So that is why you're seeing them here at this time, and that may be a philosophy going forward, but these are something that was never in a previous waterfall schedule for that reason, because historically they were included in operating budget type funds. So this was a adjustment that we made this year in conjunction with the finance director. So one thing, I'll talk about these items. One thing I have here, because I know a question will be, how does this fit into the overall picture of stuff? I have a listing of some of our larger vehicles, if I could pass that out to the members at this time.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I'll talk about the specific requests, and this gets it into context, because I'm sure that's a concern. So while I pass this out, I'll explain what this is. We have 52 vehicles which are over, the net worth of them are over 100,000 or more if they were brand new. So out of that 52 vehicles, you see there's several of them here that are out of service. So those are vehicles that we don't use. We keep them around. So when I made this presentation to the Board of Selectmen last week, I quoted different numbers. I quoted 47 type vehicles, which is what we basically have. But in our yard there, we do have 52 of them. So even though the bottom line over there is about 10 million, if you subtract out the vehicles that are there just because we haven't got rid of them yet, the value of the equipment that we should have over 100,000 is approximately 9.2 million. So that's if it was a perfect world and everything was new. That's the value of our 47 vehicles that we use for doing our work. And while I pass this out, and I'll just go for the front sheet now, I tried to break these down into different categories. The first 24 of them are basically six-wheel type dump trucks, six-wheel type trucks. The first 19 of them have the dump type body. We have several of them with the asphalt type bodies to haul asphalt. We also have 2 of the same type trucks with hook type bodies, you call, so you could put a like a roll-off type container there. So 1 through 24 are basically the same chassis, the same, the same type truck, just with different bodies to do different work. And the next one set down are the 10-wheel trucks, which are the heavier duty trucks. They haul more material. They're heavier. They could push more snow. So the next class up from that is a triaxle. We don't own any triaxles. Some municipalities do. We do fine with our 10-wheelers, so we're not looking to get a triaxle. So just to reference some of our requests from here, one of our requests is for 2 6-wheel drive dump trucks at $380,000. So the numbers, the costs on here are rough estimates. On this sheet over here, this was done by our fleet manager, Jeff Cornwall, and Scott Bartlett. So this is rough, so these replacement value numbers won't exactly match what was submitted in this request here. So we're requesting $380,000 for 2 6-wheel dump trucks. So this is a complete truck outfitted with the dump body, the snow package, the plow, all the pre-wetting equipment to get us there. So this is our, basically the nuts and bolts of our fleet, that we have 19 of them. So this would replace 2 of the older ones on here. And you'll notice in my description and in here what we do. So the 2 trucks that this would replace would basically, be in our boneyard, we call it. So we wouldn't get rid of it. We'd get rid of the 2 that are out of service now. So you rotate them down the fleet.
Would these be, what years are the trucks that'd be replacing?
Well, give me 1 second.
Sorry, Chris, did you have a question?
I think I'm answering your question. You'd replace the ones that are out of service with the ones that you're requesting, even though they're not the oldest ones.
Correct. So this would replace 2 other trucks as frontline trucks. So if you read the description there, truck 163 and truck 300 would be, these trucks would replace those trucks, and the two Fords there we wouldn't dispose of them. They would basically be put out of service, and the 2 that are out of service right now are the ones that would be discarded.
I see them, I see 2 GMCs that are out of service in 1980, they're 1989 vintage. Are those the 2? That's what it says on the first page.
Correct. I don't think the years match, but those are the 2 that would go.
What I'm trying to get to is how long are we getting out of these trucks?
Well, if you look at the age of the trucks, we don't get rid of a truck till they're well over 20 years old.
That's what I'm getting to.
Correct. Yeah, and so the replacement years on this sheet here, they're for these type trucks. I believe they're programmed for 12 years.
Yep.
And once again, each of these has a different life cycle that it was programmed for. But we hold on to our trucks much longer than their expected life, and than most communities do. And once again, I think that it's almost like the maintenance of some of the boilers in the school. There comes a point of diminishing returns. A lot of times you're putting more money into these trucks than their actual cash value is worth.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
Do you know how other towns deal with these types of expenditures? Are they bonding them or putting them in their operating budget? Because this is new.
Okay.
Right, this goes under capital outlay. And it's in the operating budget. So what we're trying to do is take it out of capital outlay and bond up. And get and purchase all these vehicles by borrowing money, right?
If I might help with that answer.
Yes, please.
I'm going to say every board in this town, Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, RTM, and at some point has said, we need another 200 grand out of this budget. And when you go down and look, one of the line items that pops up is DPW capital. All right, so I'm going to say we, because I was part of that, and I think we've all shared, but if I overstate that for anybody, I apologize. We've all gone down and voted that and cut items out of DPW capital. So, Joe, I think you gave a good description of what you wanted your average life span and what the average life of the equipment should be and where we were, and we're significantly over what the targets were because DPW has progressively been cut and cut and cut. And I think if you look at these items closely, I certainly remember some of them coming up on prior budgets, and I remember, voting to cut some of them. So part of the purpose in this is another place where we're trying to catch up. This is another place where I've asked Joe to come back with an equipment replacement plan that would identify kind of what we're doing at each step of the way and kind of how far behind are we in terms of doing this. You mentioned the golf course plan. You're going to see the fire department equipment replacement plan later today. We've certainly dealt with the police department equipment replacement plan over time. And I think this is another area, given we've got 50-something vehicles, $9 million worth of equipment. We need an ongoing replacement plan for that. And a lot of this equipment gets heavy use. So that's what we're trying to put together from that side. So to the extent that some of these items have been bonded, I'm going to suggest to you that has probably happened in the past too. If you asked me to quote a year in an item, I couldn't, so I don't mean it from that standpoint. But I don't think it's unheard of. I will suggest to you that we certainly have tried to move more of that into the operating budget, which is a great strategy in theory, but it only works if we actually approve the items in the operating budget. If we go and keep cutting them in the operating budget in order to get the budget down to a certain number, then DPW gets progressively back and forth. And to DPW's either credit, I don't know what the other word would be. Detriment. Whenever we say, can you do without this, I have never heard Rich White, Scott Bartlett, or Joe Michelangelo say no. At least I can't remember ever hearing them say no. So they basically have okayed every cut we wanted to do, but that's kind of how we got into the predicament that we're in. Right. And this, again, is the step in terms of trying to address that.
No, I understand. I mean, we all take a look at these capital outlays and we go through it line by line.
And from a bonding standpoint, since these items all last probably 10 to 15 years, certainly I think we get 20 to 25 out of some of them, they last well past the length of the bond that we're going through this. So it's another case where we are looking to do this year. We are looking to have Joe come back to us with a plan so we can more fully evaluate that and incorporate that into our normal budget process, but also then have a stronger case, a stronger argument for each of the three boards. Say, hey, folks, don't cut this, because then we just get behind the 8 ball all the way through.
No,
Mr. Chair.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yes.
Just, I want to follow up on something. To Mr. Tetreau's point, I'm going to refer to the document that we passed out earlier, and which is our policy on bonding and capital.
Okay.
I do want to point out one inconsistency that does trouble me, which goes to my question, my earlier question, and then we'll fall back. I've got no problem with these being included in the non-recurring or in the capital projects because they hit our definition. However, when I look at the life of the bonds, that's where I have a problem, because we specifically state in our policy that equipment in certain non-recurring capital vehicles are 10 years for bonding, not 20 years. So while I don't have a problem putting these into
Yeah.
bonding for that reason, and for the length of time that they last,
Okay.
the 20 years does bother me because it's inconsistent with our own policy.
I'm sorry, just clarify for me, and I may have missed that, is the bond we're currently going to, the resolution we're going to approve tonight for 20 years?
It is.
Okay, for non-recurring, it's typically less than that.
Yeah, I know, and that's what's concerning me about this, so I wanted,
And forgive me, because then I'm not as clear on what the length of time was. I was thinking of this as being a 5 to 10 year type bond, so that then the equipment would easily last past.
and that's
that
why what
point.
I did when you were speaking was I went to the bond resolution that I'm presuming it exactly matches what you guys passed at the Board of Selectmen level, and it most certainly states 20 years. And to put these particular items in a 20-year bond concerns me. You know, I'm okay with the first two we talked about, actually the first three, the bunker, the Old Town Hall, and the streetscape, right? And that falls within the guidelines of this policy. The vehicles don't, and that concerns. And by the way, I'm also okay with the boilers and the roof replacement, but the vehicles don't fall within that. So I'm
I
gonna,
was gonna bring that up later.
I think.
That it was a 10-year?
Yeah. Are you gonna follow up on mine? Because Jim, I did jump in on Jim. so
No, go ahead.
Jim, do you have a follow-up, and then I'll go right to Mr.
Well,
DeWitt?
just, basically, you made the point. It's 20 years. I mean, are these items going to last 20 years? And what would your plan for capital outlay be then this year?
No,
Would
that
you
was
have
my
any?
question.
If this was to be
The
approved...
answer is yes, and there are items under $100,000. Everything over $100,000 is stripped out. And at least in our discussions, and I'm going to have to turn to Mr. Mayor for some help on this one, my understanding this was not 20 years for these items. So I don't disagree with your point on that.
Okay.
And it might be, just putting these as a bonded item for 5 to 10 years makes perfect sense to me, given the type and nature of it, and it's providing us some catch-up time to get through this. It gives us time, as I said earlier, to provide a larger plan coming back. The other items certainly can last 20 years, but if I could ask Mr. Mayor to fill us in on were all these going to be 20 years, or were some of these going to be a mix based on what the waterfall chart says?
Yeah, hi. I figured out what N is. It's danger, and it's always dangerous when I speak. What I was going to mention earlier was that what Mr. Flynn just indicated, the policy on bonding and capital purchase that the Board of Finance passed on April 2011 does call for most items, if not all items over $100,000 to be bonded. It calls, and it says, and it recommends certain bonding periods for certain assets. It doesn't state bonding periods for certain assets. With respect to the resolution appropriate, the resolution reads as all ban and bond resolutions all band resolutions read, is to issue bonds/bond anticipation notes. Also, it says up to 20 years. It doesn't say 20 years. What happens with these things is you issue the band, you pay a certain amount of the band year 1, very small amount, year 2, very small amount, year 3, year 4, year 5, you pay the entire thing off, either with general funds or by rolling it over into a bond. And when you roll a bond, now bonds are 20-year bonds, but that doesn't mean that every piece of the bond matures in 20 years. The bonds mature on a laddered basis. So there will be aspects of a bond that will mature or can be called in less than 20 years, even for a 20-year bond. The town has not in the past identified specific assets with specific timings of the laddering effect of the bonds, but it's certainly something that we've actually been talking about recently. So there's nothing here inconsistent or out of policy. Also,
Mr. Mayor, I disagree. Number one, I think we all understood how the bonding worked when we passed that a number of years ago. Number two, we have in fact passed bonds specific to projects that we're doing and changed the dates and the 20-year period to lower periods based on the useful lives of those. We absolutely have done that since we passed this policy.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I didn't say you didn't.
That's what you implied, that we did.
No, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. What I said was that the bond, when bonds are issued, they, whether it's 20 years, when you issue a 20-year bond, not all the bonds mature in 20 years.
I think we know that.
Right.
Right.
So you can assign different aspects, different items that the bonds are, the equipment that the bonds are being bonded for, to that. And that's something that has not been done when the bonds had been issued by the finance department of the town.
It might have not been done by the finance department when the bonds were issued by the town, but that was the intent of this body.
Yeah, I'm talking, yeah.
Passed it, was the fact that we weren't going to bond anything longer than the useful life, even though we completely understood that we were paying it down ratably over a period of
Right.
time. We didn't want to be paying for it after it was out of service, which was the whole reason we recommended these
Right.
a number of years ago, because this was our exact concern. So,
It would seem one of the ways around this, if it's possible, would be to have
carve it up.
two separate bond resolutions, effectively identical, with the exception of the time period and the addendum that specifies which items are included in that. That way, this board is sure that the items that we're talking about are for the shorter bonding period, and the longer items could be for the longer bonding period. However, the reason for my question is that capital plan makes certain assumptions about, so as much as we can bond those other things for longer because they were non-recurring, did the capital plan have them bonded for longer, or did we have them banned over a shorter period of time?
The capital plan has average bond duration years.
Okay, so it's non-specific in terms of that part. So if this board chose to break this up into two identical bond resolutions with a difference in timing, identify which projects go with each one, that would confirm to the board that the right length of time matched the right projects and the others, and still let us proceed tonight if, and get to the RTM on a timely basis.
I agree completely. I'm sorry that I interrupted. I just wanted to.
Yeah, no, the only other thing I was going to say with respect to, I think it was Mr. Brown's question, we do have Mr. Sandafani and Ms. Ferrucci in the audience who might be able to address how other towns deal with these things.
Would you like that? Yes, I would. Mr. Sandafani, please, come on up. You thought you were getting off easy tonight. Just late.
No extra fees for an off-topic question.
Ouch. Feel free. So the question was, Mr. Brown, please.
Do other towns follow the same practice of bonding these types of vehicles for the DPW?
I'd say generally, most towns don't bond for vehicles. In certain cases, fire trucks, there's a few types of vehicles that I do see capital leases or bonding for. But you hit on the most important point is, bond counsel isn't going to allow you to bond beyond useful life anyway, so that's more the issue. It's not that it can't be done, it's just legally, to be tax exempt, you have to be within the useful life of the asset. But again, that's the non-legal opinion, but that's my understanding of that. But I'd say generally most of it's, I mostly see funded through capital non-recurring, that type of thing of vehicle replacement. There are some towns that do capital leases for other types of vehicles beyond that also, but I think your bonding them is going to get you a lower interest rate than most of the leases that I see out there.
Does that answer your question?
I think the answer is generally no.
Generally, from, again, my client population base, I don't see vehicles bonded on a normal basis.
I was just curious.
If I can follow up on that, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. So they put them in the operating budget, so you'll see big swings in terms of the capital that they put into their operating budgets, like in Easton, like a Wilton, like a Darien, like a Westport?
Yes, and in my little town the same way, the way we bond, we bond a lot of them, fund them in pieces, but yeah, the capital budget does move
Okay,
because of that.
explain what you mean by fund them in pieces.
So if we want to buy our fire truck, we may put $100,000 a year into capital, and eventually have enough money to buy a fire truck.
So you kind of buy it on layaway.
Right, we put the money aside and it sits, and then we buy it when there's enough money. That's the other way to do it. It's equivalent of paying debt service. I'm just paying it to myself and putting it over here. So it's just a different funding mechanism.
Now, I just wanted to be clear how that worked as opposed to putting the whole item in an operating budget during 1 year. And I think what we've done is use our bands to kind of spread that over, or kind of doing that in reverse, spreading that over time so that we get the use of the vehicle right away. We're not putting the money away and not getting losing the use of the money during that time period.
In essence, what you're talking about is something that we did a number of years ago with the assessment fee. We had identified that it was going to cost $800,000 or $1 million for the assessment. We broke it into 2 chunks and spread it over 2 years, if you recall.
Well, except we didn't take the first chunk and put it in a savings account for the next year. We actually spent it because it took more than a year.
Yeah, but I thought we actually funded it up front and then did it over the 2 successive years after. Yeah.
We actually did that with the reassessment.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Revaluation.
talking about.
Yeah.
No, but
We did not
it
spend
takes-
it. We put it in a bank account and,
For a year.
yeah.
And then
There was
spent
some
it-
spending, but it wasn't the full amount. I thought it was 3 years, but.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's not my recollection. I remember spending it over 2 years and getting started, and it takes more than a year, and we'll have that discussion shortly
Yeah.
on doing that. So,
It's a very
but I
similar
stand to be
concept.
happy to be, corrected by the minutes or whatever else there is to do that. But
It's not that big a point, but it's a very similar concept.
yeah,
And I think we actually did that with a fire truck at 1.2, where we broke it up into 2 years, very early on in our tenure on the board.
yeah, I think we ended up bonding that just because it
I
was
think we
over $1
did.
million bucks, and we went ahead and did it rather than putting half away now and half away later. But the memory fades.
Yeah.
So, in any event, before us is something we had anticipated financing over that kind of a 5 to 10 year ban process.
Can't hear you. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mrs. Leclerc?
Oh, with the fire truck, I thought we put the deposit down and ordered it in 1 year and then paid the balance in the second year.
I will,
I seem to recall. Yeah.
I will defer to your memory on that item.
Thank you, Mary. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Becker?
And he kind of hit it. It was a point I was going to bring up later when it comes to the fire trucks. I mean, if we look at, just because the police cars cost less as an individual vehicle, they seem to be in the budget and they get their amount and they do that. But DPW and fire seem to have a similar thing with their equipment. It's just that the numbers for the individual ones are bigger. But they're like paving and what we just talked about with sidewalks. What I'm seeing here, taking them out of the budget and kind of moving them in, unless we're talking about a catch-up, this is it, and then we're going to focus on them being in the budget. Personally, I'm uncomfortable with going down the bonding route, because if we're on a constant cycle where you might plug in one truck 1 year and one another, but we basically know over a, let's say, a 15 or 20-year window, what we're going to ultimately need. You showed over almost $10 million worth of trucks sitting there, and and you know what you need to do to replace that. So I'm uncomfortable, I guess, in a sense, with moving in that direction. It seems like we're moving in the opposite direction of what we're doing with everything else when it comes to the trucks, where I'd like to actually be seeing us moving, kind of in the ultimately in the budgeting direction. And obviously it takes time. I mean, to do that and to be stable. We've seen it even with the paving, where we've had to delay that an extra year, but we're going to get there, and we're going to stop doing this bonding thing, which ultimately, and I know that you have some assumptions in there, but as interest rates inevitably tick up, is going to kind of catch up to us a little bit anyways. So you're talking about doing this every year, or are you talking about this is really just a catch-up because the last couple of years we've really chipped away, and I'll raise my hand, I'll admit being a part of bringing that number down, but maybe we need that better plan, and we can do everyone commits to.
Yeah. In the midst of your comments, you've referenced 3 different departments with 3 different rationales or strategies in terms of approaching that. So let's go back and kind of take those one at a time. 1, police department. Cars are about $30,000 each. We buy about 10 a year. That's about $300,000. Our bonding strategy, I believe, specifically references thou shalt not accumulate 100 computers at $1,000 each to get $100,000. it's what the individual items are. So that kind of carves that segmentation. So police is different. But we've had similar instances with police because we've gone back and cut a car here and cut a car there. And Mary, I'm sure you remember more than one argument over, should we get 12, should we get 11, should we get 10, do we need this? Did any get totaled, can we use those? And we've kind of come back and tried to make sure that we stay on the same track with police. With respect to the fire engines, those don't come along as often. We're not buying a new engine every year, so we kind of target where those come in. And you'll have a equipment replacement plan presented to you later tonight that'll show you that it's every few years. And literally the goal is not to create big swings in the budget because we're buying $1 million or $800,000 or $900,000 piece of equipment this year. The issue with DPW with respect to the equipments we're talking about for tonight, it's not just a 2-year issue. This stuff has been cut out of the DPW budget for quite a while. Joe, what's the average? You gave us 2 numbers when you presented to the Board of Selectmen. One was what your target average age was and what the average age of the fleet was.
Yeah, and I'll sort of get into those numbers, and I think the following sheets which you have here.
Well, just, if you're going to get into that,
Okay,
then let me
I'm
finish
sorry,
what I'm
I'm
saying, and
sorry,
then you
yeah,
can get
yeah.
into that. The issue is simply, our fleet's older than the target age that Joe would like. This is one part of a catch-up. To Mr. Becker's point, is this the only year we're going to recommend doing this? We need to see the plan back to see what our catch-up, how far behind we are. Is this part of a program to shift these items to bonding? No. But we need to plan to make sure the boards don't go back and cut these items to put us behind the 8 ball again. And right now, we're behind the 8 ball on this.
Let me just, before we go into the details on it, right? Let's just do some quick math. It's a little over $10 million, right, of a fleet that you have.
Well, I'd go with the lower number, the 9.2 million.
Okay.
And once again, because
10 is easier math-wise. Give the guy a break.
Whatever, right? I mean, whatever it is, let's
Yeah.
we'll use your 9.2, okay? Let's use an average age on these bigger vehicles, or not even an average age. Looking at the list, you're obviously trying to get like 20 years out of them. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to let you bond them over 20 years, but it looks like you're trying to get 20 years out of them. Some of them go back to the mid-'80s, and some of them are aging gracefully. That would imply that over a 20-year period, you're going to spend about $460,000 to $500,000, all things being equal. Obviously, there's escalators in there and everything.
And
else.
you'd have an average life of 10 years?
20 years on that, okay? Here's my point. Go with me, because if you go with the 10, you're going to destroy yourself on your point. 20 years, that gives you $500,000 a year on an average useful life. You're spending about $1.3 million
This
to
year.
bond all these, which would argue the fact that it's a catch-up from being behind the 8 ball for a number of years. Now, it's a fair point to say we have cut in here in the last number of years, because at all levels we have.
Yeah, I can't remember a year we didn't cut DPW capital requests.
Right. Now, if you use your 10-year useful life, that means $1 million, and it argues against doing this and saying, put it in the
I think we can
operating-
document we haven't had $1 million in DPW capital for quite a while.
Exactly. So, I mean, you're looking at $500,000, and the question is, to Mr. Becker's point, transitioning this, saying this is a one-time catch-up, and then transitioning it into the operating budget with the proviso that you don't cut it every year. But I think we've cut it practically every year, right? And last year, we cut it pretty bad.
Last year it was over 1 million, it went down to about 467, right? That's what you received.
Yeah, it went down dramatically, and again, all 3 boards have a part in that, so I'm not, we all
It was
have.
$500,000 what you
Yeah.
received last year.
Yeah. But I think the issue there is we need the replacement plan in a little bit more detail to kind of lay out where we are and what has to happen. So to address Mr. Becker's point, the goal is not to make this an annual event.
Right.
But the goal is to realize that at this point, we need to do some catch-up.
Mr. Becker, I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
I think we're on the same track, and that's where I'm sort of headed, and I think you just said what I'm looking for, that this is not an annual event. And if there's one more and then we're caught up, fine, but I mean, to Mr. Flynn's point, if we take that number, and maybe and when I say, one of the things that the boards, in my time, between the 2 boards, one of the things I'm noticing that we're really focusing on is plans, and then sticking to them as best as we can. And like I said, paving got a little bit shifted last year, for very specific reasons. But we have a plan and we're sticking to it. So if we can say, okay, well, there's going to be things to catch up, but then we're on a plan, I think that all of the boards have a tendency to buy into these plans and stick with them. So if there's a number that you need to get on that all the time so you're not doing this. My concern is I saw this and I started seeing, okay, well, we're asking now to bond over 100 items. I get nervous that next year and the year after, and that treks away. So if we're staying away, then I'm comfortable. We can address my thoughts on fire and PD, when those come up. It's just that it was mentioned by the auditor about what other towns do, where they put money aside, even if they have their amount, and they put that money aside so they avoid that bonding. And that's kind of my ultimate opinion.
Yeah, I think it would be a very appropriate time to have that discussion in terms of what the catch-up plan is, and a more comprehensive one when we have the plan in front of us and we can define how far behind we are. Can we do that just by putting a couple extra items in the annual budget, or do we need some catch-up beyond that? But I think we need a plan in place to have that discussion.
I'm good at this point. Thank you.
Great. Mr. DeWitt?
So, I mean, we took Public Works down 1.1 million in capital last year. That was a real number. My concern, and I kind of tracking with everybody here, is being the only guy in the budget subcommittee, right, that's here this evening. Our intent of moving the non-recurring capital earlier was to allow us to do, just like the roof, a little more time. This was good, right? It was not intended to be a catch-all to save you from capital cuts, right? So, again, as Mr. Becker said, Mr. Flynn said, if we're catching up, I'm kind of okay with it myself. But I would hate to have us set a precedent that non-recurring capital a month before we go into budget season is the way to get cash. Well, you don't get cut during budget season.
Yeah, again, I think that it's more than appropriate to say, let's look at the plan and let's look at where we are, which we may not have as clear a picture now, and where we need to be. And we all remember cutting enough of these pieces out of it that at least some amount of catch-up is warranted. This may not get us all the way back, so I don't mean to say this is the only, but I think we have that discussion in terms of how we get from where we are to where we want to be, both in terms of equipment life cycle, as well as the annual budget in terms of what we want included in that, and have our targets on both sides.
Right. I agree.
Okay, so 30 years. Let's go to Mr. Brown, and then I'll recognize Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
The total, just with the vehicles, is about 1.2 million, is that right?
In this request, correct.
You have to include the fire ladder.
Right. But just here for DPW. So how much is in your capital outlay? Have you figured that out yet? What you plan on? I don't know if you've talked.
Yeah, I think that before we issue the budget, that would be a bit premature to say, but
safe to say about $500,000.
They're items less than $100,000 in each unit price.
Okay, so premature to say you haven't come to an agreement yet.
Well,
Which is fine.
Well, I have submitted it, but it's
Right.
premature to release
Okay.
it, so it's not released.
right.
Just a couple items that illustrates the catch-up. Of these vehicles that I'm requesting, you'll notice that in one way, shape, or form, 4 of them are dump-type trucks. Now, if you look at the core of our fleet, which is 1 through 24 and 1 through 7, those are our 6-wheelers and 10-wheelers. You notice the newest truck on there is a 2008, which shows how infrequently we've been purchasing these. And if you add up those two trucks, those two
Categories?
those two segments there of the 6-wheelers and the 10-wheelers, and you subtract out the ones that are out of service, there are 27 trucks there. So 3 a.m. there'll be those 27 trucks will be rolling on our 27 plow routes. So if you look at it, 6 of our plow routes tonight will be plowed by 1980 vintage trucks.
I'll take it.
So,
Well, they're coming down the road, I'll tell you.
well, once again, that's what our livelihood is depending on. Is depending on that. Well, once again, if the truck doesn't come down your road, that's where problems happen, and we have to adjust, and it doesn't make it down your road. And just what pages? So it's the same vehicle list, but what you see in your next 10 pages there, what that was an attempt to do is to start the process for the planning process. So this is a blank canvas, but which each of these 10 sheets do, they're the same exact information there, but the white on the bottom are the vehicles that are within their projected useful life. The dark part is the parts that is beyond their useful life. So obviously, as you flip the pages, the line creeps down. So this is 2014, 2015. As you go to years 7 and 8, you'll see there's limited trucks. So, one of the things we have to do is, replenish the white part of these spreadsheets there. We have to add new trucks. We have to get our fleet younger. And the way you do that is to build up the bottom part of these sheets here. So exactly, which ones of these get, how many we buy every year to add to the whites is something that has to be developed. But this is the blank canvas of our challenge going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Michelangelo. Let's,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
a couple of things. One, the further comment on the bond resolution, which in paragraph 3 provides the Board of Selectmen, the Treasurer and the Fiscal Officer as a committee with the power and authority to sell the bonds and determine the redemption period to maturity, et cetera. So as far as, and as Mr. Centofanti pointed out earlier, you cannot issue non-profit, non-taxable bonds for greater than the life. So the issue is covered. However, I'm thinking to make it more exacting to your specifications here tonight, a simple thing would be to take Appendix A of the resolution and just alongside Appendix A, do you have a copy there? Thank you. And just put a life column on Appendix A. And then given rules, regulations, and statutes, IRS, et cetera, that would, okay. See, we have, on Appendix A has the description, the appropriation, and just add a life column.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'm going to open this up. I just want to talk about all the DPW trucks. If anybody has any specific comments, questions on specific trucks, let's get them on the table and move on. Seeing none, I'll go to the audience on this, to the public. Seeing none, back to the board. I want to thank you for coming out tonight and for speaking to these items. And we're going to move forward to the fire ladder truck now.
Thank you.
And my apologies to the auditors. We've gone a little bit over. I'm not really surprised, but I was hoping we could get through it a little quicker. Thank you, Mr. Michelangelo.
Thank you.
Chief, come on up. A cast of thousands. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem. Let me just pass this out. I'm sorry, I was going to pass it out in the beginning, so you can follow along. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
I gave you the wrong dates. I gave you 2012.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, do you want a copy? I know you have a copy.
No.
Okay, good evening, and thank you for having us here tonight. Before we get started, I'd just like to introduce Commissioner Brennan. Dorothea Brennan is here tonight, supporting us, and Deputy Chief Reed.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
No problem. Tonight, as you know, we're here for our apparatus replacement needs for 2014. We've started our apparatus replacement needs in 2002, which as you follow along, you'll see it's on page 40 and 41. Don't go there yet, but we will get there. Right now, the vehicle replacement program that we scheduled now, we redid this from 2002 to 2013. This one is the replacement schedule from 2014 through 2025. Okay? I formed a committee of several officers, lieutenants, firefighters, and they did a lot of research looking into this. Assistant Chief Bisson here is chairman of the committee. He did an outstanding job working along with Deputy Chief Reed and several lieutenants and a few firefighters. So at this time, I would like to turn this over to Assistant Chief Bisson, who worked very hard on this and put this together with all of us as a team and a committee. We all worked on this, and he wound up putting all this together. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Assistant Chief Bisson. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely, thank you.
My name's Assistant Chief Scott Bisson. I'm the Chief of Operations for the Fire Department and also the Chairman of the Apparatus Design Committee. I made a presentation at last week's Board of Selectmen meeting covering two documents. One was the overall vehicle replacement program for the Fairfield Fire Department, and the second was the immediate needs of the fire department in that replacement plan. I know it is getting late. I will try to be brief with you. However, the first document I would like to go over is the overall department vehicle replacement program. And I'll try to go right in line with it. If you go right to page 3 in there, the first thing I would like to point out to you is that this has been a document that the department has used since around 1995. Back in 1995, the department purchased 2 apparatus at the same time. That's not a desirable thing from the town standpoint, from a financial standpoint, and from a replacement standpoint, because we know when we buy apparatus in bulk at once, eventually we're going to need to replace apparatus in bulk at once. We did it again in 1999 when we purchased 2 apparatus at the same time, and we're moving along. At this point in time, the apparatus are aging, and we are in that same type of situation again where we have 2 apparatus that are 19 years old that we are going to be looking to replace. Our overall vehicle replacement program has been put together based on data, based on our experience, based on our call volume, and national consensus standards that are out there. It's not something done in a vacuum. As Chief Fellner pointed out, we do have a committee of personnel together that go over these things. Our department planning officer, our master mechanic are heavily involved with these issues, and we're trying to put together something that is that meets the needs of the department and presents to these boards a justifiable and reasonable replacement schedule that could be funded. We're also looking to reduce our overall maintenance costs and reduce the town costs by spreading out these purchases over the long term. This is something that we can predict. We know how old our apparatus are. We know how long we expect them to last, with the exception of an accident or some type of catastrophic failure or loss. So we have the dates that we can move forward on for the boards to consider and hopefully plan long term. One of the things that always comes up, and as a firefighter, we have lingo that we use in the fire department, but I'd like to try to break it down for non-fire department personnel so we're all talking about the same thing. And the first is where we talk about the types of apparatus. Now, when a fire truck is delivered to the fire department, we could call it an engine, a ladder, a rescue, a squad. It doesn't really matter. The first thing we do is we assign that vehicle a lifetime service number. It's very much like a VIN number that you would see on a personal vehicle. A lifetime service number stays the same on an apparatus for the entire time that the town of Fairfield owns it and utilizes it. So you will see in the back of this document LSN numbers, which is the lifetime service number, and then the assignment of an apparatus. During the life cycle of an apparatus, it will have many different designations. It could be designated Engine 1 for 12 years, and then it could be called Engine 6 for 12 years. But the lifetime service number would stay the same. And that is how we base all our maintenance tracking and what goes on with that vehicle as far as mileage and things like that. Different kinds of generic apparatus that we have on the department. You've heard people refer to engines or pumpers. When a fire department comes in and requests apparatus or vehicles to be replaced, they're based on their primary usage, and that is firefighting. On a medical emergency, you have a police vehicle, a fire vehicle, and an ambulance respond to it. If the fire vehicle is tied up, there are still 2 other vehicles that are potentially responding to that type of emergency. Same thing for a vehicle rescue. You have multiple vehicles responding. But for a fire, there's only one department that can provide those services. And that's the primary function of those apparatus, and that's how we base the purchases. They fulfill many other needs for us, but the primary function is what dictates what we need to purchase up front. So in talking about an engine or pumper apparatus, the basic function of that type of apparatus is to attack and extinguish fire. It carries 500 gallons of water, it carries an integrated water pump on the apparatus, and it carries many different sizes and lengths of hose on that apparatus. It's based on a set number of people assigned to it, and it's based on tactical functions, or the design of the truck is based on tactical functions for an engine to complete. So with an engine company and 3 personnel assigned, if it arrives at a fire, it has 1 person to operate the pump and 2 people to stretch the hose off the truck to actually go into a fire and try to extinguish it. We make these tactical assignments based on how many vehicles and how many people it needs at a fire. So those 3 people in that engine only have 500 gallons of water, which on one of our medium-sized hose lines can last 1.5 minutes if it's flowing water. So now we have additional engines with different size hoses that can now attach to fire hydrants or can attach to pools or ponds to draft water from alternative water supplies. All this takes people and equipment to do. But that's the basic function of an engine or a pumper when we speak of that. It carries a lot of tools on it, maybe like a small, let's call it a Swiss Army knife, if you will, without offending anybody else. It has a lot of smaller tools on it to do a lot of small jobs, but it doesn't carry the big tools to do the big jobs. If you turn to the next page, page 4, I describe ladder apparatus, and I include a picture there. It's pretty simple to see. On a ladder truck, it's a very large vehicle, and it has a large hydraulically powered mounted aerial device on the top. What you don't see on this vehicle is approximately 180 feet of ground ladders that are stored inside the vehicle that can be removed by the firefighters, put up to upper floors of buildings or to the roof of a building while we're fighting a fire. The ladder truck's primary function is to support the attack of the fire and to support interior search and rescue of people and ventilate buildings. So we do this through all the equipment that is carried on the ladder. Bigger vehicle, bigger tools, more tools on the vehicle. Going down towards the bottom of the page, we have rescue apparatus listed there. A rescue truck does just about everything a ladder truck does, except it doesn't carry any ladders. It doesn't have a mounted aerial device on top. It doesn't carry any of the ground ladders that we would need to get to upper floors. One thing I neglected to mention is that on our engine apparatus, we do carry a ladder on every engine. It carries a 24-foot extension ladder, which will reach the 2nd floor of a building, and it carries what we call a roof ladder, a 16-foot straight ladder that can be placed on a roof. So if a firefighter is standing above a roof that's on fire and the roof were to collapse, they may not fall into that attic area. So it's a safety device, but it is limited in height. Turning to page 5, you see some of our other apparatus. We have a command vehicle, which the shift commander operates out of. That's for communications, coordination, and tactical control at any fire. That vehicle responds to any multi-unit response and is the shift commander for the fire department. We also have many specialty vehicles that we utilize. There's 2 examples in this document. One is a 4x4 utility terrain vehicle that can be used along the beach and in our wooded areas and open space areas for many of the hikers. Sometimes they fall down or break an ankle and we need to get them out. It also has a pump on it for brush fires or wildland fires to try to extinguish those. We also have a picture of a boat in here, which is another specialty vehicle that we have, maintain, and operate. Just on page 6, just as everything gets older and things start to wear, there are some other things that happen to fire apparatus. Fire apparatus serve in a severe cycle or a use cycle. They start cold, they run hard right away without adequate time to warm up, they idle for long periods of time, or they may operate at higher than normal speeds for a long period of time as they're pumping water at fires. We operate 24/7, 365 days a year. If we get snow tomorrow, the fire trucks will be rolling. During the heat of the summer, the fire trucks are rolling. When they operate in these extremes, these severe duty cycles do increase the wear and tear on the apparatus. The biggest thing for us is the safety and reliability of those apparatus. There is no worse feeling than when the alarm sounds in the fire station, we go out to the truck, get in to start responding to a call, turn the key, and the truck doesn't start. And unfortunately, I've experienced that, some of my colleagues have experienced that, and that's something we work very hard to avoid. We don't want that to happen. Our fire apparatus need to be mission ready 24/7. On page 7, there's a chart that lists the actual current apparatus deployment, age, and mileage. This addresses our frontline apparatus. I'd like to explain that concept a little more, as my colleague from DPW mentioned, frontline and reserve. On the fire department, we maintain 8 on-duty apparatus at all times. There are 5 engines, 2 ladders, and a shift commander. They're staffed with the entire on-duty complement of the fire department. Those apparatus are considered frontline. Frontline means they're ready to respond when the alarm goes off. We also maintain reserve apparatus. These are apparatus that are not currently staffed, they're not in service at this time, but they may be called into service if the needs of the town require it. During a large snowstorm where we anticipate problems, we may put additional apparatus in service. Certainly during Hurricane Sandy we did this. If an apparatus gets into a vehicle accident, we need to replace that. We always need to have 8 units on duty. If one goes down, it is not acceptable to just not put another fire truck on the road because the emergencies will continue to happen. So we utilize our reserve apparatus as frontline apparatus, but when they're in reserve status, we're able to keep up with the preventative maintenance, make the repairs that they may need due to their age, and not run them as hard as we would in 24/7 service cycle. If you look at the chart that we have here, the apparatus that are concerning to us right now are listed as Engine 4 and Ladder 1. Both these vehicles are 1995 vehicles. The manufacturers of both chassis of the vehicles are no longer in business. They went out of business in 1998. And the manufacturer of the ladder, LTI, is also out of business. So we don't just talk about warranty issues, we talk about lack of availability of replacement parts. On page 8, I show the life cycle of an apparatus, and I'll actually refer to this other document real quick because I actually like the graphic of this one a little bit better to describe it. But if you look at this chart here, it visually portrays what we do with our apparatus. For the first 12 years when an apparatus is delivered, we place that apparatus in frontline service. That would be the top circle in this chart. After 12 years, we replace it with another vehicle, but that doesn't mean we get rid of that apparatus. We now put the 12-year-old apparatus into reserve service. That apparatus may be called into frontline duty. It may be able to take lesser extent or lesser wear and tear as it's not utilized as much, but it remains a viable asset to the fire department and to the town. After 24 years of service to the fire department, we then have to make a decision. We may relocate it to another department if it has any value to it, if it has not been damaged in accidents, if there's availability of replacement parts. Some vehicles we keep a little longer than 24 years in anticipation of ultra-hazardous duties, such as flooding of Fairfield Beach Road. We don't want to put a brand-new apparatus down in salt water and have it corrode the apparatus. So we have a couple older trucks. Our oldest right now is 29 years old, that we will put in service when we anticipate flooding, and we'll put that down in the beach area, so it will kind of be the sacrificial lamb, if you will. If things get really bad, we can lose that apparatus in a last stand. And then ultimately, we may dispose of the apparatus if it has no more service life for the department. Our basic cycle is 12 years. We've adapted this based on our response models, based on our experience of apparatus and what our repair costs have been. We know that once we keep an apparatus any longer than 12 years in frontline service, the amount of time that is out of service and not available for response, the cost of the repairs escalates quite a bit. So we try to stay with that model, and it also portrays our 24-year service life. Basing on a 12-year service cycle, we are able to project out our replacement years for our vehicle replacement plan. So on the bottom of page 8, the table there, engines and ladders by projected replacement year, you can see that if we stick to this plan of 12-year apparatus, we are behind the 8 ball right now, as was mentioned earlier. We have 2 apparatus that are 19 years old. However, getting back on track, our next apparatus purchase would be an engine in 2016, followed by 2018, 2020, and so on. So we are able to project out what these planned replacement costs would be, or what we anticipate the needs. There are many factors related to the replacement of apparatus. We're not just coming in and saying, oh, it's high mileage and that's it. In addition to mileage and engine hours, we do look at the age, we look at the overall condition of the truck. There are many repairs and updates made to apparatus to try to prolong the useful life of the vehicle. The availability of replacement parts is of particular concern. On the ladder truck that we're asking to replace tonight, that's included in the bond package before you. With the ladder company being out of service, the truck was out of service for over 4 months last year because of the lack of availability of replacement parts. We actually had to have a third-party company manufacture replacement hydraulics for the ladder so it could be placed back into service at great expense. But we needed to have the truck in service. One of the numbers that I show on the following page is a number called aggregate apparatus mileage. Based on industry standards, mileage is calculated when a truck drives over the road, and that includes your wear and tear, vibration, and things like that. Aggregate mileage is a calculation that's determined based on the engine manufacturer, one of them in particular, Cummins, that says for every hour a fire pump is pumping and operating, that equates to approximately 50 road miles. So we track the pump hours on all our apparatus. So if you go to page 10 and look at the chart there, you can see, for example, LSN 07, the top one, engine 4, has 112,000 miles on it. Those are actual road miles. It has over 11,700 hours of pumping time on it. And if you multiply the 11,752 times 50 road miles and add it to the 112,000, you get an aggregate apparatus mileage of 699,825 miles. Those are not things that you can just see by looking at the outside paint job of the fire truck. There's internal wear of the engine, the pump, the actual transmission itself, the vibrations and the use cycles of the truck. It's intangibles that you can't really see until you take it apart. When we go through the next document, I do have some pictures of some of this internal damage so you can see what we are contending with right now. In summary of the apparatus replacement program, we're trying to provide for the needs of the department, and we're trying to provide safe, reliable apparatus that will start every time when there's an emergency. We want to present to you and all the boards in Fairfield a responsible and justifiable replacement plan that's not just based on we want a new truck. We're not out, and no offense to Maseratis, but we're not buying Maseratis here. We're buying work trucks that are here to serve a purpose for 24 years. So we want dependable fire apparatus for our personnel. We want to reduce the maintenance costs, and we're trying to be cognizant of spreading out the purchase of these trucks to not buy 2 or 3 apparatus in a single fiscal year, so we can spread that out. I'll leave that to these boards to figure out what is the best way to do that or how to fund that. But I can tell you what the predicted needs of the department are. I could either take questions on the replacement plan, or I could move on to the capital request.
Let's take questions. I think I don't know if people had the opportunity to read through the replacement, or rather the actual capital request. We saw the pictures there, we saw some of the documents. We might have some questions on that.
Okay.
That we can ask. That's okay, everybody? I'll open it up. Go ahead. Mr.
Thank you.
DeWitt.
Thank you, Chief. So you're asking for the ladder truck first, even though the engine and the ladder are the same age, right? Pretty much the same aggregate miles and all that, right? So next year, you'll be looking for the engine, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
The bond, there was original bond resolution, no, sorry, my bad. There was a request, $1.3 million, that now is $775.
Yes.
Have you done anything to the engine? Are you not buying, the tools with it? Are we reusing tools from? And I know how this works, right? You can take the value down by reusing the saws and the ladder, your exterior ladders and stuff like that, right? So how did a number from 1.3 go to 775?
I'll take it. What we have done is we've tried to look at the problems that we were faced with down in the beach area and in the district. As you recall, and I'll get into it a little more in this document, the department went through a reorganization in 2008. Chief Fellner agreed to change, as you may recall on this board, go from a ladder and a rescue truck to 2 ladders townwide, and reevaluate all the response modes that we go to, the types of alarms that these vehicles are going to, in an effort to try to reduce the mileage, the wear and tear, and extend the life of some of these apparatus. I do have some numbers I can go over after. The other thing that we're doing in response to the dropping the $1.2 million down to a $775 request is we have come up with a new concept of apparatus for us to utilize. I talked about ladder trucks, and a ladder truck typically is about $1 to $1.2 million to replace. We had rescue trucks, but the limitation of the rescue truck is that they don't carry any ground ladders on it. And as you may recall, I spoke about our engines, and they only carry 24-foot ladders on those trucks, which can make it to the 2nd floor of a building. Anybody who's driven down the beach since Hurricane Sandy came through can note some of these buildings now. These are 1- and 2-story buildings that are now being raised 14 feet in the air on stilts right now, and they're becoming 4-story buildings. Our engines can no longer reach those buildings. The ladders on the engines can't reach those buildings. So if you're on the 4th floor of that building and the fire's on the 3rd floor and you can't get down, without adequate ground ladder support, we may not be able to rescue somebody from these upper floors. This is not just a Fairfield problem. This is a problem that's impacting all the shoreline communities, including Westport and Milford. So looking at the problem and looking what our needs are, and we also have some limitations as far as size and height of our current infrastructure, Station 1 and Station 4, we came up with a old new concept, if you will. There used to be something called a city service vehicle, and it used to be in New York, and it was basically a ladder truck without a mounted hydraulic ladder on the top of it. We're looking to bring that back into Fairfield. It will give us the benefit of being able to navigate the narrow roads. It will give us ground ladder support because we're going to have 40 and 35-foot ground ladders on this vehicle, which is not something our current rescue truck is capable of doing. And it'll put that right down in this district where these 1.5- and 2-story homes are now becoming 4-story homes. It'll allow us to address that. The cost savings of not mounting the hydraulics, a 100-foot aerial device on this type of truck is in the area of around $400,000 to $500,000.
So how is it actuated if it's not hydraulically actuated?
These are manual ground ladders. They are slid out the rear of the truck.
So this isn't the truck.
That is a
This is a
traditional.
100-foot stick, right?
That is a traditional truck. If you
That's
look,
not what you're proposing.
No.
So you're going to a ground ladder, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
It ain't fun putting up a 40-foot ladder.
If I might add, we went down to the beach area, and you noticed the buildings, how close they are?
Yeah.
Okay, we can't get in there with a ladder truck. So after studying this and the committee doing a survey on this, we need ground ladders to get in between these buildings.
Got it.
And plus
You're going to
they're
have one
raising.
traditional aerial,
Right.
and then what we would all, the old days call a ladder truck, a real ladder truck.
Correct.
Or a city service
Or
ladder.
city service, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that would meet,
That's
you
a
know, the
great
public's
idea.
needs.
That's a great idea.
Thank you. They've worked hard.
Because I can't imagine you'd have two aerial platforms in service at responses, other than rescue responses.
I
Working,
did this, if you remember, a while back, because we were running one aerial 32 square miles all over the town, and we were beating it up, and the truck just couldn't take anymore. So if you recall, I made that into a ladder rescue truck and put rescue equipment on the ladder truck. You know, it worked, but now it's time to move on and look at a different concept, especially after raising these buildings and what they're doing down the beach area and just about all over within that area. That changed, so we had to change with it. Go ahead, Scott.
Let's go to Mrs. Leclerc. Mr. DeWitt, you're done, right?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Mrs. Leclerc.
I just have a quick question. If you're going to manual ladders, will that affect manpower? Will you need more people to put them up?
No, we currently have 3 personnel assigned to the truck that is in service now. Those 3 people will be able to manage the ground ladders. It'll be a challenge, but we'll be able to manage it with 3 people.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Becker.
But in a lot of ways, it's going to be very similar to what you're doing now when you go to these houses. You're raising the ground ladders, not necessarily the stick, and you've got one coming from the other side of town anyway. So it's similar, but one of the benefits by looking at this is we're driving down the cost of the unit by $400,000 to $500,000 and looking at what we really ultimately need on that for this particular unit.
That's correct.
Just on the maintenance, you know, because we're talking more of the general plan versus going into the specific unit. So looking at this moving forward, to try to stay on this sort of a, you know, basically, you're going to be looking approximately every other year, except for you've got one more catch-up, which is going to be LSN 7, which is engine 4 right now. I mean, you've
That's
got to basically
correct.
catch that up sooner, and because it's also 19 years old, and then you're going to try to go every other year after that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So going, and this is why I brought fire up earlier when we were talking DPW and all that. And maybe we can ask, you know, on the audit side, other municipalities, but you had hinted that other departments are stocking money away for fire apparatus. They're not necessarily always just bonding them out. So if we got to a point where we started saying, well, every other year we're going to replace them, and they're somewhere between $500 and let's say $800,000, and there's approximately a 12-year shelf life. So you're looking at about every other year or so, actually about 14 years to ultimately get all of them swapped out. There's a number that if every year we said we were going to put this much in the budget, even if you're going to have to encumber it and go to the next year, sort of save it for the next year, but there's a number that can be applied every year in a pretty stable fashion that can get us to always getting new trucks when they need to be, instead of coming every, on particular years and wondering if it's going to fit in the waterfall or you're going to get it bonded. I mean, is this what other municipalities, that's common for them to be doing that? I mean,
I guess I don't know if I have a specific answer on that. My fire truck example earlier was my little town of 8,000 people, not something this size. So I'd have to do a little research because I don't always know exactly. Again, those are the 3 methods. Either some towns do bonds, some use a capital lease, a different type of financing, and some save up. So it's all 3 different ways of doing it. So a lot of some communities look at debt and capital together, and we're going to spend X on both, and how you slice it becomes the board's decision as far as how do you want to finance. Want to pay cash for some, finance some, that type of thing. So that financing is a
Okay.
different decision.
And I would say, maybe I would ask the chair, if this may not be the ideal time to have exactly this conversation, but as we now head into budget and we've kind of brought this up with the other trucks and understanding kind of how we want to be on plans and make sure that we can stick to those plans and then pay for them most effectively, I think it's a conversation to be had, and maybe we need a little bit more information on the fire apparatus side, what other municipalities are doing and how that fits into what we're doing. But if we're looking at it, doing a certain kind of plan with a lot of things and then getting away from that bonding, if we know very stably what we need, that may be a direction that we want to at some point head. You know, I guess we can't do it in every area all at once, but sort of as we kind of think, you know, in the longer term. So I would just ask maybe if we could get, I think we need more information before we have this discussion
Basically,
tonight.
Mr. Centofanti, can you look and see what other towns might be doing, what some of your clients are doing relative to fire apparatus and how they're either financing it or pay-as-you-go, which is really what the issue here. I don't think we want to go capital lease side at this point, but I think we want to look at, are people bonding it like we're proposing, or are they actually, as we talked about earlier, putting, as Mr. Becker said, you know, a stated amount aside every year, and then at any given year draining that to pay for the individual truck, which is what he's talking about, which is a smoothing of the expense over a couple-year period to pay for one truck every 2 years. Can we take, if you could help us out with that?
Sure, I can look around.
That'd be
and-
great. And then we can have the discussion at a later
Yeah,
date.
that'd be helpful. Thank you. That's all I have on this for now, but thank you for putting this together. I know you've done one earlier, and this is an even more comprehensive kind of update at this point. It's very helpful.
Any other questions on this item right now? Mr. Walsh?
Why on both the ladder 1 and engine 4, we're keeping them to current, the current age is 19?
Correct.
And then we're going to go to basically in 2 more years to having them be 12. Why was it fiscally prudent or operationally prudent to keep them till 19 years, and then all of a sudden now we're going to get them down to 12? Because the taxpayer is going to want to know that question about why they need to be replaced, because we're trying to replace these 2 at 19, but now we're going down to 12.
That's an excellent point. We have a number of limitations that affect our ability to deploy apparatus, one of them being the size of the buildings that they fit in. The apparatus, the Engine 4 apparatus, which is 19 years old, is one of 2 trucks that currently fits in the Southport Fire Station right now. So we are trying to address that through the capital waterfall as far as doing things to get trucks that will fit in the buildings. One of the problems with that is these trucks and the reserve apparatus that's not on that first list is being rotated in and out of service due to breakdowns. When a lug nut breaks on the truck, when the windshield wipers don't work during a storm, when the pump stops running. The pump on Engine 4 has been replaced twice already from internal damage and those 11,000 pump hours. That's that internal stuff that when grit and debris gets into our pumps, they get clogged up and they no longer work. So that would be the reason as far as the engine. As far as the ladder truck, with our reorganization plan that Chief Fellner had implemented, that truck is now seeing some severe usage again. And with the lack of available replacement parts for it, as I said, just last year, that truck was out of service for 4 months. We had to use reserve apparatus, which is a rescue truck. We had to change our response models because now we were no longer getting the same equipment to the emergency scenes. We increased the mileage of other apparatus. Having these trucks with the ground ladders available allows us to reduce the amount of calls and the amount of townwide responses from Fire Station 1 on Reef Road to the Merritt Parkway, as opposed to how we would do it when we have both trucks in service.
So are you saying that Engine 4, based on its size in Southport, that you'd never let it get to 19 years again? You'd only keep it at 12?
I would not keep it at frontline service for 19 years, no, sir.
Even though it's at frontline service now, or is that a reserve?
It's in frontline service right now because of limitations of size.
Okay, so we shouldn't have kept it to 19?
Correct. We would not recommend that.
Jim, we don't have much choice because right now there's only one other engine that fits in that fire station.
Well,
So-
I guess the other choice would have been to buy one 7 years ago, or 6 years ago, or 5 years ago. correct?
That is an option, yes.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
we've been playing catch-up for a while on some of these apparatus and taking older apparatus out of service. Unfortunately, some of the replacements, there are changes in the size of the trucks, one being the new emission standards of going green. On diesel engines, which was mandated, I believe, with the last purchase of 2013, the new systems and urea additives add length to the vehicles, and that's becoming a challenge for us.
How long's the order to delivery time on the ladder truck?
For the ladder truck?
Yeah.
It
Say
can be
we-
between 8 months to 15 months.
Okay, the question becomes, is in past years, and I think the chief knows this, under the Flato administration,
Yes.
we were told that we should place the order, 50% down on the ladder truck. So it would come out of one budget. Then the next budget, we'd have the final delivery of the other 50%.
Right,
So
that
we
was
we
that.
split funded it over 2 years.
Right.
And why wouldn't we do that now?
Well, maybe, Mr. Mayor, if you could help me out on this one here. Could we? I'm not the financial, I don't, I'm stumped on this one, Mr. Mayor. You'll have to help me out there. You got anything?
You're basically authorizing today bonds to be issued at some time in the future, well, actually 5 years from now, in the future, which will then be paid over a life. So split funding it, like if you authorize 600 days, 600 tomorrow, will have an effect, minimal effect. It'd just be a different, be a 20-year bond issue for half of it 1 year later.
The real reason to split it comes if you're going to put it in the operating budget, not if you're going to put it in bonding.
Yes.
Because the benefits of bonding it, or the benefits of splitting it, go away by virtue of the fact of the bonding.
Tom, didn't we put that, if I recall right, into the operating budget at that time with Flato?
That is as I recall. Now, my memory
Right.
might be a little bit faulty,
Okay,
but
yeah,
that's exactly
that
as I
answers that, Bob. We put half in and then half in the other
Next year,
operating.
yeah.
I'm sorry, that was coming to me after Bob and
That's
Jim
as I
mentioned.
recall, and I think that's as Mrs. Leclerc stated earlier. Yeah, years ago.
Would the bond amount for the one truck go in as one lump sum, or would it be split between two different bond years? Meaning that 50% is due upon order. So that, would you still split it between the two different bonds?
You're borrowing the money. You borrow the money when you borrow it. And the bands are paid off minimally in the first 4 years, and then the fifth year they're paid off if it's a 5-year or less capital item or rolled over. And then when it's rolled over, it'll be rolled over for up to 15 years.
Yeah, just, if I recall, that was on the ladder truck, and it was an emissions change that was about to happen. There was a new standard coming in that was going to really spike, 25, maybe even 50, because of that being the size, the expense on that particular truck and the size of the truck. So not only was there a change that next year, but if you didn't put the order in then and get grandfathered in because your truck was starting, I want to say it was almost 50, maybe even been more, but there was a very big swing in the price.
There was
and
a
that
difference.
was why they tried to get that deposit down on the
Right.
truck at the time.
David, if I might add to that, that's when I was out in Chicago at a fire chiefs conference, and that new emissions went into effect 2 or 3 years ago. I don't remember, and I remember calling in. If we put an order in a down payment at that time, we saved ourselves almost $20,000.
That was back in like 2007.
Is that when it was in 7? I lose
That's
track
the
of time
year
there a
that the
little.
truck is
Yeah,
listed.
do you remember that? And I called and we put something down on it up front with the company.
Absolutely. No, I definitely remember it, but it was, if it was the ladder truck, and that was the one that I specifically remember, it was 2007.
I don't believe it was the ladder
It was a
truck.
pump, Tom.
It might have been a pump, but I
Yeah.
remember we did something with that ladder truck where we split it. I don't
Yeah.
know whether it's the same thing with the emissions
Mm-hmm.
or whether that's a different thing. I just remember the big ladder truck
Yep.
we split. So you might be right on the emissions, and that could have been the pump or whatever.
And there's all new laws constantly coming in now. Now you have to cover the hose bed, and and stuff like that. And, you know, it's just every year it's something different as time goes on.
But in 2007, we were basically paying cash out of the operating budget for it. Is that correct?
That is our recollection, but I don't know 100%. I could be faulty 7 years ago, but Mary and I have the same recollection.
When did the town change that process to paying for it out of an operating budget to capitalizing it and paying for it with bonds?
I don't
I
remember.
couldn't remember.
I don't remember, Jim. I can look back and.
All right, Mr. Mayor, can you supply that information?
By the way, it is consistent, as we talked about earlier this evening.
I'm not challenging whether it's consistent.
Yeah,
I just
with our
want to know.
policy.
I just want to know when it first started happening.
I mentioned this.
Lastly,
I will.
gentlemen, what has Storm Sandy and some of the other storms done to our utilization and the need to replace maybe equipment sooner?
We're seeing a lot of increased wear and tear on our apparatus, not so much from Storm Sandy. We are a coastal community with exposure to saltwater, but one of the more damaging effects that we've been seeing right now is with the changes in road treatments for winter storms. A number of years ago, the state changed to a brine type of solution that they pre-treat the roadways with, and our experience in speaking to my master mechanic has been that this is kind of the gift that keeps on giving. They spray it down on the road, it dries. When some precipitation comes, it activates and the chemical process starts cooking. That gets all over our apparatus, the chassis, the frame, the body parts. It comes back to the firehouse. Every time this chemical gets wet, it reactivates and corrodes the apparatus. We're seeing not only corrosion of body and frame parts, but the electronic components. These newer apparatus operate off of computers inside. The corrosion is affecting the electrical components, the hydraulic components, our pump components, and as much as we try to specify in the design process stainless steel frames and things like that, there is ultimately some weak link that actually attaches these components together and is affected by this. And it's a struggle we continue, or it's a challenge we continue to struggle with, trying to find a way to minimize this corrosion type of damage.
So if that's affecting your equipment, it's affecting every single car driver and taxpayer's car in this town.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
If you look, it's not numbered, Jim. You'll see some of the corrosion where we took pictures of in the packet you have.
It'll be interesting to get a report from our DPW chief on whether we should continue to use this equipment if it's corroding everybody's car in town a lot quicker rate.
I don't know. This is what they're coming out with now, though. The state has it and everything.
We should talk about it with the budget process.
You know.
Yeah, great. Back to Storm Sandy, you guys are getting, or the town is getting, not you guys, but we're getting reimbursed by FEMA. Bob, maybe you can talk about this. FEMA for the use of our vehicles during these storms.
Yes, there was.
For the fire equipment in town, do we have a number of what we're looking for FEMA reimbursement for the use of our stuff during that federal emergency?
We have that information.
What's that number?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Do you have an estimate? Is it in the hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is it $100,000? Is it $50,000?
No, I don't. I can't even offer a guess. There's DPW equipment, there's fire equipment, there's police equipment.
Would we get a breakdown between police, fire, and DPW?
Sure can.
And when do we expect to get those funds in?
I have no idea.
Because it would be nice to know that if we got that money, maybe we could, next year's truck, we could just throw some of that money right at it and just buy it for cash, because we're going to probably be hearing from these gentlemen, and even the corrosion arguments that are coming up, that things are going to be breaking down a lot quicker because of the stuff our DPW is using on the roads. So to the extent that we can find out what numbers we have coming in or expect to come in on the FEMA stuff, I know it's not finalized, I think it'd be good for this board to know that.
Yeah, well, the billings are fairly well finalized and reserved for a bit, but we have not been successful in really getting a handle on when the payments might be forthcoming. There's state processing, federal processing that we have no control over, and we've pushed it as well as we could from our side.
All right. If we could just find out the numbers that we're be getting reimbursed for the use of this equipment, maybe we can use it to funnel it back to paying for some of the equipment that we're going to be needed coming up.
Yeah, I'll get those numbers for you.
Thank you.
It's duly noted that the fire chief threw the DPW director under the sand truck after he left.
And to make sure he left, right?
Any other question? Real quick, and I don't want to answer to this now because I don't want to belabor it, but I did notice something that piqued my curiosity. If you go to the page on the analysis or the reorganization plan, if you look at the number of miles per unit and you compare it by the total number of responses, so if I look in, let's go under 2013, you look at Rescue 1, it says it was put 3,368 miles on it for 3 responses.
Correct. That's an excellent point, and that also came up in the Board of Selectmen meeting. What I tried to do is, this is a very hard area to capture data on, and the availability of data is limited for us to do, but I know it was very important to this board, as it was the Board of Selectmen, to discuss. What I did is I went through our records management system and pulled 2 years of information. I pulled 2008, the responses and the maintenance records, including mileage, and I did the same for 2013. What I would like to request is that the individual numbers are misleading. It's the total numbers to look at that would give you the actual picture. And the reason being is we're kind of looking at apples and oranges here. And with that I mean we had response changes in 2008 and the way the information is captured. In 2008, the way our CAD collected data, it collected for Rescue 1 and Ladder 2. What it does not reflect, and you have to go back to the LSN number of the truck, trucks go in and out of service to cover while there's breakdowns, preventative maintenance, or callback emergencies. So and I don't know how many days Ladder 2 is out of service and Ladder 1 served as Ladder 2. But the responses, when you look at it from a 911 CAD standpoint, would all be for Ladder 2. So it'll show Ladder 2 with 2,032 responses in 2008. What I can't tell you is how many times LSN 51 responded and how many times LSN 52 responded.
Right, because it's a code sign as opposed to an actual vehicle, where the mileage is the actual vehicle.
Correct. And we are, I'm sorry, Chief.
No, that's okay. If I might add to that, for example, if the ladder's out of service and we put the rescue in to back that up, it's still counted as the ladder truck. We don't change the CAD system to say now it's a rescue. In our responses, it just confuses everything.
One thing I would ask, though, since I'm a finance guy, that would be very interesting to have is to take, I'd be very interested, forget the response things because of the reason you just said it, but actually look at the cost per mile of utilization of these trucks. And again, not tonight, and I'm sure you don't have the information tonight.
Right.
But obviously, the ladder truck is a much bigger apparatus than the rescue truck. And there's reasons to use it and all that, but be curious to know what the direct cost of operation per mile is. So actually what the impact on this is financially, as opposed to just in the wear and tear of the truck. Because that 6,000 mile differential that we have there, spread across those trucks, what does that actually mean in dollars, using one truck versus another? That's what it'd be really interesting, at least to me, to understand
We'll do
what that
that.
means.
We'll do that for you.
Yeah.
We're looking at other ways to try to capture some of this data, too. It just, you don't know what you don't know.
Right, until you go back and you look at it and you
Right.
try to do it in retrospect, and then you can't create it.
Right.
Yeah, recreate it. I understand. Thank you.
Tom, on that too, if I might just add some information. We've spent, we did analysis on that. In 5 years, we spent $100,000 on repairs to that old
I
truck.
read that, yeah.
Okay, you got that one, yeah. And just one more question. I'm getting ahead of myself here a
So your
little.
maintenance budget is going to go way down next year.
We'll be-
Up because we're putting off an engine till next year.
Right.
But, you know, the question was asked in the back there, and I have to answer it, and it may seem silly. Why do we have a 100-foot aerial? We don't have, you know, buildings that tall. It's the angle of reach. I think I've told you that in the past. So just in case if anyone should ask, it's not how the height, it's the angle of reach. So
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to bring, I was asked out in the hallway there, so.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll go to the public. Any comments on this item? All right, so I'm going to come back to our board, and can I get a motion to put the entire bonding resolution before us? And do I have a second? So I have Mr. Brown and seconded by Mr. DeWitt, and the resolution is before us now for a vote. If anyone disagrees, I have a, if it's okay with everyone, I have an amendment to make to it. I would like to break the bonding resolution into two separate bonding resolutions. The first bonding resolution, I would like to have for a sum not to exceed $1,478,766.20. Is that correct? I would just basically like to say $1,478,767. Let's do it like that. For a period of 20 years. And I would like to have the listing of those items to be covered by that bonding resolution to be the structural improvements at Old Town Hall, the school-related issues, so number 11, 12, and 13, which is roof replacement and boiler replacements, the bunker renovation, and the streetscape, virtually everything that's non-vehicle related. And I'm told that total is $1,478,767. Then I would like to have the second bond resolution be for all the vehicles for both DPW and the fire truck, and that resolution would be $2,130,000 even. And for that, the bonding duration should be 10 years, which under our policy approximates, the defined useful life. Though let's concede that in most, if not all instances, we're exceeding that. But that puts the bonding resolutions in compliance with our policy. Can I make that motion? Do I have a second? Mr. Brown seconds that motion. Is there any discussion on the amendment as it stands before us? Okay, so we're going to take a vote just on the amendment, the appropriation amendment, and then as amended, it'll come back before us. All in favor of the proposed amendment to the bonding resolution to split it in two in those defined amounts and for those durations? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries unanimously. Now the bonding resolutions as amended are before us. Does anybody have a question, comment, or issue with the bonding resolutions? Mrs. Leclerc?
Well, I'm not quite sure if I'm comfortable, approving all the trucks now before we've even seen the budget.
Okay.
So it's not that I'm against funding them and approving them, it's just, I don't know what's coming.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's something we should be approving tonight, or if we want to consider tabling it till we know what the budget's going to look like.
Okay. Does anybody else? Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments on that? Mr. Brachfeld?
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent point. I mean, by definition, we don't know what the budget is going to look like, but I thought the whole purpose of bringing this out and early was to look at these type of projects away from the budget. I mean, it's 6 1/2 dozen of the other issues. So I would be in favor of dealing with these as amended and written. Chairman Flynn.
Does somebody else have a comment on that? Mr. Becker?
Yeah, no, I agree the purpose of breaking it out, was to kind of keep it separate, but that makes sense for things like the bunker, and it seems to make sense for things maybe like the fire truck and even town hall. But when it gets to a conversation about the trucks, to Ms. Leclerc's point, it seems like it was so tied to the budget that it may be worth us and that broader conversation to take them up. I mean, we're not even talking much more at this point than a month, maybe 2 months of a delay there. But to me, I wouldn't be opposed to doing that. I may see, and I don't know how we would do this with amendments, but maybe suggest, if it's not too complicated, breaking the fire truck out, because I don't think that's where we're headed with the trucks, quote unquote. It's more the DPW component that we're trying to push. I don't know if there'd be harm in pushing them back, but if that would delay the ordering or something along those lines, we might maybe suggest just getting that out of the way tonight.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt?
The original intent of the Budget Committee was, again, to move these up forward so that we would not have to have these discussions during budget process. Having had this discussion with the majority of our members, I think is enough to say we've already kind of discussed it going into the budget process. And I would contend that if DPW comes in with $1 million capital budget this year, I just bet we'll knock it down. So I don't know if I see any difference between talking about and voting on the items now as opposed to the budget process where we'll have, again, yet another vote to reduce. So I would be in favor of, oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
There will be no capital items in excess of $100,000 from any department.
We understand. It's the total amount he was talking about.
Right.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a, Mr. DeWitt, I'm sorry, are you done?
No, I was just saying I would be in, I'm more in favor of voting for the items now.
Thank you.
Just say I agree with Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, just to add on to what I said before is that I also, to tell you the truth, am sympathetic to Mr. Tetreau and Mr. Michelangelo's point that that is a very ripe area when we're looking to slice some dollars out. And I think one of the things we've tried to do here is, on one hand, not be obviously grandiose in our expenditures, but at the same time, try to be mindful of the fact that these are not optional items. And if we keep making these little cuts at budget time to make ourselves feel good about the tax rate, we're simply putting off purchases that we need, and we're increasing maintenance costs and so forth. So I think Mr. DeWitt put it best. We specifically asked that this stuff be brought at this time for this purpose. I'm not saying how we have to vote on it, but I think we should vote on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Mr. Walsh?
And I understand what you're saying, Mr. Brachfeld, but you get to the point where you're like, we used to buy this stuff when we needed a dump truck, we just buy it, and if we decided we couldn't afford it that year, we'd put it off for a year or two. But the problem now is that we have interest on it for 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 years. And it might be a little bit amount, and it might not, but it's like the paving. It's just like once you get, the needle in the vein, all of a sudden now we do it every year. And I start becoming against all the extra interest because it seems like a little here and a little there, but in the end, if we're in the DPW business, we should be buying trucks.
Yeah. Thank you. We actually, there was a, because you had a conflict, there was a rather lengthy discussion over the fact that this was a catch-up adjustment after years of all of our boards knocking down these purchases out of specifically DPW, which was the concern, because, in fact, we have, over the past number of years, not approved those items. And many of those items, I hesitate to say all, Mr. Tetreau, but I think the vast majority of those items that are coming before us for DPW-related items have been before us previously.
I remember a number of them. I won't say all.
Right. I wouldn't say all
Last
either.
year's budget, and it's pretty much all.
Right. So it's a very valid point, and it was a concern that we had. And Mr. Micheangelo specifically said that wasn't going to be the case. And in fact, they're putting together at present a replacement plan to address that issue specifically. So, Mrs. Leclerc.
But just clarify, all the items over 100,000 were pulled out this year, but will that happen again in future years, or is this a one-time thing?
My consideration when I first addressed the issue was not to massage budgets. My consideration was to follow the policy that I was read and told. Everything over $100,000 is not, 100,000 to $1 million is non-recurring capital. Everything $1 million and over is capital projects.
That's not what our policy says.
Well, your policy...
Our policy says the minimum we would ever vote on for capital is
Yeah.
100,000.
Right.
And it doesn't say that it has to be bonded over 100,000.
No, it doesn't, but that's the policy with everything, has been the policy with almost
Well,
everything.
but
Anyway, that was my intent. So the answer to Ms. Leclerc's question is, yeah, my intent is if it's over $100,000, it comes up as recurring. Obviously, that's up to, other people, but that's my intent. That was the financial intent.
Yeah. But yet we took the IT network land for 600 and went from non-recurring to capital, and the
That's
WAN consultant from non-recurring to capital.
Yeah, that's because the land is really part of the telephone. The land enhancements that are necessary are only necessary because of the telephone system.
Uh-huh.
So without the telephone system, they're not necessary.
They're not independent.
So, well, it's independent, but it's
Guys,
it's
let's
it's
stay
only
with
required by the
Guys, let's stay
by the
with
phone
what's
system.
what's
So
before
it
us.
made sense to tie those together.
Guys, let's stay with what's before us. It's almost 11 o'clock. Let's stay with the items that are before us. All right? Sorry, but I just don't want to go on to the hypothetical. We heard what Mr. Michelangelo said. And by the way, this board has the power to say no.
Why are you looking at me when you say that? I was just answering the question.
Any other questions, comments on this? Mr. Becker?
I would think in 4 weeks that they could maybe turn around along with all the budget, kind of that plan. So, I mean, if we're going to put this to a vote or how you're going to handle it, but I'm
Well, it's before us for a vote.
I mean, I'm suggesting, I think to Ms. Leclerc's point, breaking these items out. Now, I mean, I guess
Do you have a
one.
motion?
Well, I mean, one question would be on the fire side. Maybe we can ask the fire department if you are comfortable with the fact that your item, as it stands right now, would be grouped in this delay by approximately a month in the approval, I guess, and then adding the RTM cycle. You're probably looking about 6, possibly 8 weeks out before this would be approved versus now moving there. So would you need yours to be broken further out so it gets through here tonight, or are you comfortable with a 2-month delay on that?
I think that's really up to the board,
Okay.
We
I mean,
can make anything
Follow me
work.
off.
For me to answer that question, I just don't think it would be fair to say, yes, you have to do that.
So
No,
this would be,
that doesn't bother me at all.
I guess, a procedural thing. I'm used to the body that doesn't get to split things out like this. But how would I handle, I mean, my motion would be first to break I'd like to make a motion to postpone all the DPW trucks. But I would like to break out, I'd like to see about approving the fire truck portion tonight.
So your
I don't want to
motion-
hold them up because of this DPW
So your
thing.
motion is to pull out all the DPW trucks,
Or make it
And-
easier.
table that, and to include the fire truck for $750,000? Is that the right number?
775.
775, my apologies. Is that your motion?
Correct. That's my motion.
Does he have a second?
Sure.
Mrs. Leclerc? Okay, that item is now before us.
So
Any-
item, Proposition 2 is now just $775,000.
The amendment of the motion is before us now, which is to pull out the DPW trucks, to delay that bonding resolution. Table that to a date certain?
Yes. So we would now, based on that, we would have 3 bonding resolutions coming out of this. Yes. And I would do to a date certain, because we've got to figure
What
out.
date would that be?
Do we have a schedule? Can we put this on the
You can just say,
DPW?
it's easy to say our April meeting, our April monthly meeting, or whatever.
We could I'm trying to think. Let's do our April monthly meeting, because that'll get us
Do
through
we have
budget.
one, or did we cancel that one?
We don't have
How about, can we,
No, we have a budget meeting.
can we do it on the DPW budget night after them? Or is that going to be an issue procedurally?
I don't want to do it that night. We can do it the night we vote on the budget as a whole.
Do it now, so we don't do it at that.
We don't have an April.
Right.
Just call it a vote. April 2, just date.
Right.
Do we do
To
a
a
date?
date certain when we vote on the budget night.
Sure. There you
Okay.
go. Perfect.
And Mrs. Leclerc, that's okay, that clarification they mentioned? Any other questions?
Date certain when you vote on the budget?
On the overall budget, we'll vote on the DPW one. And then the fire truck one would stay in there for tonight. Okay?
Wait a minute. There's other things between the fire truck and DPW.
And he wants to vote on those tonight.
Those tonight. Okay.
Those are the 20-year items versus the 10-year items. He's splitting the 10-year items, which are the DPW trucks and the fire truck. Okay? Okay, I'm going to call for a vote on this motion. All in favor of this motion? Those opposed? Okay, the item fails. So we're back to the amended motion, which is the two resolutions before us, which is one for $1,478,767, which is for the 20-year bonding for those specific items, and the other item is for $2,130,000 for all vehicle-related items, including all DPW vehicles and fire vehicles. That is now before us. I just wanted to clarify that. Any more discussion on those items? Seeing none, I'm going to call for...
I would just put on the record, I'm not going to make any motions relating to it, but the truck, not that I like to raise things, but the truck that you have now as engine 4 has, I think, waiting another year. You guys asked for a ladder and an engine, and somewhere in the process with the waterfall, it got pushed out by 1 year. But waiting another year is another year of maintenance. It's another year. It's probably going to be another $25,000 in the additional cost. And from a safety perspective, I mean, they've had some pretty serious stuff happen with that. It's obviously maybe not as bad as the ladder, but personally, I'm disappointed to only see that in there at this time, just knowing the risk that we're carrying there and the cost. But I'm not going to make any motions to add or anything like that.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the two bonding resolutions that are now before us? Those opposed?
Wait, are we voting for both at the same
We're
time?
voting at vote
Can we
because I split
it?
them. You want to split them?
Yeah.
I will take that under advisement. So let's take the first one first. We're going to vote for $1,478,767. That is for the 20-year bonding items, which is the non-vehicle bonding items. All in favor of that resolution? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. And now we'll take the vehicle-related 10-year bonding items, $2,130,000. All in favor of that item? Opposed? Abstentions? We have two voting against the vehicle one. Thank you very much. That item carries. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll bring the auditors back. I am very sorry about the time, and I appreciate you, gentlemen. So let's go right ahead. We're going to turn it right over to you, Joe.
All right, so everybody should have the presentation. I'm just going to use that and we'll kind of walk through these. Hopefully you have the 4 documents, and so the agenda is pretty similar to last year. Talk about the audit, the reports that were issued. We'll look at the recommendations, required communications, or SAS 114, and then if the future considerations, some things that are coming up. So those are the 4 reports that...
Can you get closer to the microphone? It's a little trouble hearing you. Thanks.
Right. That were issued on page 2. So looking at the actual audit, starting on page 10, or starting on page 8, is the opinion on the financials. A lot of format and terminology changes this year, so instead of, we used to say we had an unqualified opinion, now we have an unmodified opinion. It's also broken down into these different categories. It talks about management responsibility, the auditor's responsibility, and then it gets into what we give an opinion on, what we give in relation to opinion on, and RSI. So it kind of just breaks it into the pieces where we're giving different levels of assurance. As in the past years, again, the MD&A is a good executive summary. A, B, and C we'll talk about in more detail. That's actually in this PowerPoint. Capital asset activity, long-term debt are also discussed in the MD&A. So changes if in the 2013 CAFR as compared to the 2012. Again, more terminology changes. Exhibits A, H, and J are all new titles. Now, instead of net assets, we talk about net position. And there's 2 new financial statement categories, deferred inflows and deferred outflows. Again, GASB doesn't think assets, liabilities, and equity is enough, so now we have 2 new categories to make it more clear. So these are accrual-based things related to debt is basically what the deferred inflows and outflows are going to be on the top statements. It changed to 0 days from 60 days for recognition of property tax revenues, and we'll look at that. It's referenced in the SAS 114. The fund balance footnote is broken down a little bit more detail than in the prior year, where we kind of was more at the function level. So we, based upon GASB's requirements, it really should be at the program level. So there's a little bit more detail below Public Works, what it's for, related to Public Works, that type of thing. Internal service funds had a good year this year. Operating income was $1,484,000. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And the railroad station project footnote, this is the last year it's in there because you got that additional money. So the project now is actually complete, and that will go away next year. Next schedule's general fund balance. Again, I expanded the table a little bit, and it's a percentage of budgetary expenditures, I think is a fairer measure. So if we look at the trend from 2009 to 2013, so you're on the right track. It's trending the right way. The next chart is the unassigned or budgetary fund balance. In your case, it happens to be the same number. Again, it's trending in a positive way. So you'll see those numbers on Exhibit C and Exhibit F. Added a new table that resembles that chart of, again, showing the trend of fund balance as a percentage of budgetary expenditures on the increase. And then I left the total fund balance, again, is also increasing as the components are increasing. On page 9 is the reconciliation. Your unassigned fund balance last year was the $14.6 million. Your gap on Exhibit D increase was $2.1 million. You had a decrease in encumbrances from the prior year that were just shown on the budgetary on Exhibit F, and that gets up to the $17.4 million that we just looked at. On a budgetary basis, which is page 27, net increase was $2.8 million. And again, the factors are on the gap basis, the 2.1, the 636, and the one additional 60,000 of canceled encumbrances went back into your budgetary fund balance. So what created that 2.1 million increase, or 2.8 million on a budgetary basis? Revenue in excess of budget of 1.22, and spending savings of 1,687,000. 500 of that approximately was part of your plan to add to fund balance. And the details of that are on Exhibit F and Schedules 2 and 3 on pages 74 through 76, and that'll show you the components of those. So as I mentioned, the internal service funds, again, the operating income was the 1.4. Prior year operating income was only 108. And basically, the reason for the increase was additional contributions made by the town and Board of Ed of $3.1 million as compared to the prior year. Then the calculation that I've shown in the last few years, the net position is less, the deficit is less than the long-term portion of the current liability. So now it's 4.5 million. Last year was 2.4. So you're going, again, the right direction. So the rating agencies should be happy that you're closing that gap. Again, page 12 is a reminder of the different activities that are included in internal service. I think you're aware of that. The pension funds, details are on page 60 and 61. Pension funds had a good year for the town, increased $11 million. Change in fair value was about $12 million. For police and fire, increase in that position was to $7.4 million, and the change in fair value was $11.6 million. The funded ratios did decrease, and that's because your liability is increasing. So they went down 6.2% and 11%. And again, part of that is that 5-year smoothing where you're phasing in those losses and you're not really getting credit for any of the gains yet. This will change going forward. We'll talk a little bit about that because the pensions are going to change for 15, all the accounting, so a lot of these disclosures will kind of level out to more fair value and that type of thing. So that 5-year smoothing is probably going to go away. They'll allow you to use it for actuarial calculations for contributions, but for financial reporting, it'll be straight fair value.
And will look better under fair value?
Yes, currently you'll look better under fair value. It's a little bit down, again, the next slide from last year. It's only because your liability went up substantially.
Yeah.
So for town, it went up 12.5 million, and for police and fire, it went up 10.5 million.
Yep.
So that offset these great gains that you had this year.
Yep.
So your investment rate of return decreased from 7.75 to 7.50, so that's part of the reason your liability would have went up. This is going to be monitored more closely under the new standard. So the trend has moved towards 7, so you're on your way to that, although your rate of return this year was 10.4%,
Right.
which is compared to 0.81 last year.
Right.
Do you mind if I ask them?
Please.
When you say the trend is to move towards 7, the trend is to move towards 7 because our pension board said that, or because the world is saying that?
The world,
Oh,
the
okay.
industry is moving that way. So like I mentioned, the funded ratios are down slightly, looking at it on a fair value, and that's because of the liability change. The OPEB plan, the liability increases are minimal because now you're fully funding it. So again, another thing the rating agencies should be very happy about. I think your increases were slight just because of the interest factor on the prior liability amounts.
But again, that is two things on that, right? Number one, it's based on an even higher rate of return factored in for those funds.
Right, that's at 7.5 also.
Isn't it 7.75, or is it 7.5 now?
7.5 this year. I didn't look at that, if that was decreased from last year. Maybe you moved.
I thought it was just a click above. I could be wrong. I thought it was a click above where we were for pension, as I recall.
You did ask the question why they were different.
Yeah. The rate of return, which is disclosed in here, I read it earlier today.
Yeah, on page 65, it says 7.5, so I don't know if you move both of them back, I'd have to look at.
We should just take a look at that, because I did signal that. I remember like you do, that we had a different rate of return. The other thing I noticed is the disclosures here are all July 2012 and not July 2013.
Right, the valuation for the fiscal 13 was done for July 1, so it is
Right.
always.
It bothers me every year, and I
Year.
want to put a push on to actually get the valuation done. You guys issue the financials on December 30th, right?
Right, that was when it was
Right.
dated, so,
So it's 6 months after the close of the year.
right.
So why can't we get the valuation and actually put a current year valuation? 'Cause it's a little misleading to have July 2013 statements and disclosures related to July 2012.
Right, right. The liability piece, they adjust for 13, but the valuation is a year behind. You're right.
That could be another point towards telling our guys. Yeah.
If I may,
Please?
do any of the towns have it before the,
Some of them do, yeah.
like,
It's
few, or?
I'd have to go back and look, because some towns get us a July 1, 13 or whatever the next year evaluation. It is possible. It's definitely, you have to be on the schedule with the actuaries to get it done.
Well, the bottom line, this is one of the biggest drivers of our budget increases and the biggest liability for the town. So to the extent that we can have the best available current information, I think it benefits us all.
Right, right. And it'll be more important in 15 when all these numbers change. So this
Right.
this whole calculation on the bottom of page 65 is going to go away. It's going to be something totally
Right.
different. All right, on page 16, I updated the table for the Madoff recovery, so additional net of 1.1 million was recovered in fiscal 13. So there's still that difference being the 28.6 million. So that's the highlights of that part. The federal and state single audits, again, there were no findings or question costs or any issues. FEMA was tested again, second year in a row because of the additional storm. State, again, no findings or question costs. So SAS 114 letter and the required communications. So we look at the second paragraph. It talks about the standards that were implemented this year, which is the GASB Statement 6365, which is the change in the financial statement titles to net position, deferred inflows and deferred outflows. So it's just telling you those were changed, as well as that property tax went from 60 to 0 days. So those are the significant changes in accounting policies during the year. And the last page shows you the past adjustments, which were, both of them were downward adjustments that were passed on or accrued payroll, just left the prior year accrual what it was, and an adjustment, potential adjustment to performance bond liabilities was a little bit higher than what the actual list that were reviewed had by 33,000. Okay, recommendations so on page 19, for 2012, investment classifications is repeated, and I'll be giving Bob some info to take a look at that, the specifics of what we're having to reconcile between the two. Special revenue funds, that recommendation was modified. What's left is just to talk about the fund balance policy, which we are aware that you're working on. The Public Works record keeping, that was repeated, just looking for more formal to reconcile to actual. So there is record keeping happening, it's just not reconciling to your financial records. 2013 budget issue with the contingency fund was removed. And capital assets, I think that should say modified. It's part of it was addressed as far as getting to the general ledger for some of the roads, but there's still a recommendation to look at potentially budgeting road into two different categories of what you're going to capitalize versus not capitalize, so it's a little bit clearer when you try to build the financials. 2013, we had one new recommendation on grants management, just looking for a more formal system of getting all the grant awards, all the paperwork, all the information to the finance department so that they can properly set up general ledger accounts and project budgets and be able to monitor the activity. And then related to that, to the federal and state to be able to record the correct receivables and payables at year end so they get reported correctly on the state and federal expenditure schedules. This is an area that a lot of towns struggle with, but you have a lot of grants, a lot of construction-related grants, so it's kind of important to be in front of those, because what happens is we find out kind of more at the end that you spent money that was grant-related, but you didn't get the money yet. And so these receivables and payables become important, that everything gets reported into the correct period.
What are we doing today? We don't get anything.
Unfortunately, a lot of times we don't find out about it until we actually receive the money. And then it's whose grant is this, what's it for, go to find the award letter, make sure it's accounted for correctly. We're kind of at the tail end of it, and we should be in front of it.
So do we, and I know maybe Board of Ed is separate, but do the hopeful awardee departments say, hey, I think I've got a grant coming for $150,000, or do we just hang out till we get it and then it gets,
Well,
it's
and
like
that's
found money?
part of the confusion, and some of them go up through the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, RTM, some do, some don't. we don't like to record anything until clearly we have the award letter, so we kind of, it's off our radar. A lot of times it's off our radar until we get the money. So it's at all different phases, every grant. And I'm only talking about the one-off grants, not the ones we get every year.
Not the, oh, okay.
Can we, on this item, because I had very similar questions, what I would hope is, what we've asked for in the past is for management to actually respond to these recommendations.
Right.
Or these observations. Can we, Mr. Mayor, ask that you and your team work on responses for this? And I would assume, and it sounds like, Caitlin, you're pretty frustrated by the whole grant thing as it is. So I think it's in everybody's best interest, and I don't want to read into what you said, but if I were you, I'd be frustrated by it. Let's see if we can put a process in place as to how this is supposed to be managed and how you're supposed to get notified and how we work through that, because that is an area of concern
Yeah,
for us.
that's a good recommendation.
We've talked about this for the last year or so.
Yeah.
On how to best handle it, who should do it, do we have the staffing for it?
I think it's time to put the pen and paper on it and just let's get it done, and we'll support, I'm sure you've got the support of this board, to the extent we can, help you push something through on it. So if you guys can come up with something as part of your responses to these management comments, I think that'd be really useful.
And I think a part of this also is not even the finance aspect, it's getting it through the boards, so that's
A whole other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yep. And I did forward you something on that grant impact thing I mentioned. I just did it today, probably late, so, which would be something that might come through the board for those type of things.
Okay.
All right, page 21, the future considerations. We implemented 65 this year, even though we're a year ahead. It's effective next year. 67 is financial reporting for pension plans, so that's more the bigger plans have to get ready for something like the state plans, the MRF, state teacher retirement. They have to get information to the participants, so the plans are effective a year ahead. There'll be some additional footnote disclosure, but no real major changes for next year related to 67. 2015 is when 68 is effective. That's the accounting. Basically, the major part of that is it's when you take that unfunded liability, and now it's going to be on your balance sheet. Kind of like the private sector.
Yeah.
And that's where the fair value comes in, where you obviously would want to measure against the assets you actually have versus the smoothing. So that will happen in 15. There's also it also requires, it's one of the few times GASB ever got it right and make everyone use the same actuarial method to value the liability. So actually, that will actually be comparability. You're currently using the entry age, which is the required method to measure the liability. The one thing that GASB did to make it complicated is you can use any method you want to calculate the required contribution, but with the accounting, you have to use these specific methods. I'm not sure why you'd want to use different ones, but they actually do allow that. And then there is monitoring of the actual investment rate of return. So if you're never hitting that 7.5, there's going to be consequences to that, to your liability. So, and again, that is a long-term rate, not on an annual basis.
can I, any questions or comments for the auditors? Please, Jim.
And maybe Ken can help me with this, but back to the pension. I just have, you said the liabilities increased, therefore the funded ratio decreased, right? You said our liabilities increased. Now, the pension board and the actuaries reevaluated our liabilities a few years ago, correct? And they stated that they felt the liabilities, well, they changed the liabilities really to the benefit of the town.
They changed a bunch of the assumptions.
They changed the assumptions. So what are we saying here? Did the liabilities went up anyway, or we?
Lowered the rate of return assumption.
We lowered the rate of return assumption, but we also changed the assumptions on the liabilities to the favor
The inflation.
of the town. But now we're saying the liabilities increased. So is this from the actuaries, or these the actual liabilities?
It's the actuarial calculated liability, but going down from that 7.75 to 7.5, By lowering that discount rate, that increased
Okay.
the liability. So that's why it increased this year. That's the majority of the increase is related to that. So that would have been offset by lowering some of the salary assumptions and that type of thing.
So that if we didn't do that, if the pension board and the actuaries didn't do that, it would have been worse.
Right, if you didn't change those other assumptions, the liability would have went up even more by just changing the discount rate.
Okay.
Correct.
All set? Mr. Becker, did you have something?
Yeah, I mean, you touched on a point that I guess I'm going to probably bring up when the actuaries come back this year, but it does affect, how these lines ultimately, play out for the town, is we change those other assumptions, but as we noticed, I can't remember the actual final number once everyone retired out of the fire department, and I think there's been some other ones throughout town that are jumping in. It was based off of estimating that these people were going to stay around for a long time because during the recession that they had. All of a sudden, that's not really the case anymore. All these people are hitting, but that doesn't drive in there, those new factors until the next 5 years then. I guess it's another 3 years from now when we change that, when we go back and we reevaluate and realize we were actually wrong. Is that when it hits here? Because you're using the previously approved assumption from 2 years ago that suggested that those people were going to stay longer.
Right, the actuary just provides us the information, so I don't know.
And then you drop it into this.
Right, we look at the assumptions for reasonableness and that type of thing, but we're not really, and we test some of the data input, but we don't really look at.
David, the answer to
Yeah.
your question is yes. They have to do another evaluation of the assumptions that
Yeah.
go into the actuarial report. And when they do that, much like they just did a couple of years ago, the numbers are going to move around once again.
Yeah, I guess my concern is the liability that we're looking at here that was tampered down a little bit. There were some factors that they used that helped us, that, like you're saying, the rate went one way, but other assumptions went another way, so it helped it. But those assumptions were kind of proven wrong almost within 12 months.
Why do you say that?
They were basing a lot of the assumptions off of retirements and salary numbers that aren't necessarily playing out in the current contracts, but B, people retiring more. They assumed a large chunk of people were actually going to stay longer because they had stayed during the recession, and people weren't retiring as fast, and all of a sudden there's been a big chunk of people. And we accounted for all the bumps that happened and how much those were going to affect the fund, but not so much that those people are now tapping into the fund at an earlier age than what that assumption had put into place.
I'm not
which
disagreeing
concerns
with you. I
me.
don't know whether that's true or not. Yeah,
That's how
we
I
should look at the
that's how I read it. I mean, and I will bring it up when the pension comes. But as I look and we're talking about the liability here, it worries me a little bit that liability is actually has the potential to spike the next time that they
Sure.
go back, because that factor maybe isn't so real. And that, as you mentioned, is a very big driver of everything that we're doing at this point and how we look at the town.
Yep.
For what it's worth, I mean, I think Mr. Becker's bringing up a good point.
Absolutely.
So it should be aired, and Mr. Brown and I attended those meetings and did express concerns that what happened was, it's late, so I'll be very quick, but what happened was simply that in an effort to offset, I think a conscious effort, the reduction in the assumed interest rate on the investment returns was, to smooth it out or make the effect less great, to take advantage of what appeared to be current situation in terms of things like interest rates, inflation, salary adjustments, and mostly retirements. And I remember all that. So everything you're saying is accurate. I think the only thing that works in our favor, but the system works, and these I think the one thing we might want to do as a board, because we have some oversight or some ability to speak up to the pension board, maybe Joe can help me on this, is that I don't remember if the examination of those assumptions was a required thing to do on certain, like every X number of years, or whether it just is something that they choose to do. And that might be something we might want to look into, because obviously it's something that should be looked into on some regular basis.
Particularly to the point.
If
the discount rate's going to go down as well.
Exactly. exactly. But independent of it, I'm just saying that it shouldn't be something that is just done pell-mell. I mean, it strikes me,
Well-
just like we assess homes on some basis, some 4 or 5 year schedule here.
A, we'll have the actuaries here in March.
Right.
But B, at our quarterly meeting later this month, the pension guys should be here, so we can bring that back up with them. It's a good idea.
Yeah, Mr. Brown and Brachfeld and I were there then, and we each had kind of different points that we spoke of, and I think they clearly were using the data they had. I did speak up a little bit that I felt that data being recession versus on the way out might be a little off. None of us would have predicted that the retirement component, which would have adjusted it even more. I don't know if there's a way at the quarterly meeting. I think they do it every 5 years is when they adjust, and that's probably a good thing, even if we see a spike. But I don't know if maybe we can ask them to give us a little bit of an update, maybe just so that we don't throw it to them that night, but we ask them in advance, hey, this question's starting to come up, and perhaps they can give us a little bit of be prepared to answer the question. So if they have to pull some numbers or comparisons or something in advance, just so that we don't throw it at them, that would be helpful. And I'd be glad to talk offline if, knowing a little bit more about what I'm looking for there. And I defer to you what we go back to them with, but I hate to catch them off guard necessarily with that.
Thank you.
Yep. Well, the census data is updated every year.
Right.
So the shift in retirees, they're going to know about that. Well, they should have known about it for the July 13 or 14. So that's something and they can confirm that, but that should be already factored in, because you have to update the actual active
The actual
employees
retirements versus the projections of retirements going forward.
Right.
What he's concerned about is the projected retirements going forward, the length of service, and actually the length of
I
life
see.
they adjusted as well,
Okay.
as I recall.
They adjusted a lot.
Yeah.
It was extensive.
Yep. Anything else? All right, I'm going to quickly, if I can, because Joe will be disappointed if I don't. I'm going to
Yeah,
flip
you
through
have
the
to
report.
ask something, yes.
All right, so
Just tell us what page you're on.
observations and then quick questions and comments, right? Page 11, observation for Mr. Walsh and his crew working on this. We're now at 6.4% in the general fund balance, so we've significantly improved that area over the last several years, and we did better than we thought we were going to do last year. Page 14, I just caught it this year, and I don't know why, but under general government, the 26,427 in total expenditures versus 24,980 in 2012. Some of that was FEMA related, right? And some of that, there was a big uptick in human resources, which might have been contingency related to contracts. I'm not exactly sure. But I had a question on that. But one of the things that I caught that was very interesting to me, buried in that general government number, is actually the cost for private bus transportation for schools. And I wonder if that should not be listed under the 26,427,000. It's well over $1 million. So, I mean, that's a sizable number when you're looking at 26. And when I look at a general account, right, and I see something, I automatically go corporate, oh, that's overhead, right? And you're looking at 26 million, it's really school. So, I don't know what other towns do there, but, having that listed in general government.
Yeah.
But where would you put it?
Education,
Well, it's not part of their budget, though. It's in our side.
they manage it.
But it's on our side. I mean, unless we
Then-
move it
then
to
break it
their
out
side.
separately.
186 isn't their budget either.
Right?
Yeah, I'm not,
26 is a combination of.
the whole, what is it called, the EDO1 report or something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that?
yeah,
That,
yeah,
the difference, I think, our town expenditures, including debt service, which is not part of the EDO1, but it's like $17 or $18 million.
Right.
And I guess it would be kind of fun to look at that report and kind of see, go over where, if it makes sense to move any of it around.
And just having it in general government, when it's very specific about private bus transportation, does a disservice when you're looking at this general government line item. It's just misleading, in my opinion.
Yep. I mean, this follows your budget presentation, so I don't know if you want to change that this year, then we can,
Yeah,
That's why it's rolling up that way, because that's just where it's located in the budget.
I just noticed it now, and I've been
Yep,
looking
no,
at it for a
what
number of
you're
years.
saying definitely makes sense. It shouldn't
Yeah.
be to me there.
I'll be very interested in seeing where we are with our fund balances as we go into next year. There was one comment on page 16 I did not understand. It says the Finance Department was under budget by $465,000 due to the town's plan to increase the fund balance by $500,000. What does that mean?
Well, the contribution to surplus is in finance, but we had an overage in our payroll due to Mr. Hiller's leaving. So that ate into the 500, so it resulted in a 465 number.
How did,
On?
someone's going to have
It's
to
it's a
say-
bu- it's a budgeted expense
Right.
that wasn't spent.
So we didn't contribute to the fund?
No, so we did contribute to the fund, but
So
that,
how are
but,
we
but,
under
but,
budget?
but you're under, but, everything that you don't spend goes to the general fund.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is, did we not make that contribution out of the finance department that we had targeted because any overage we had went to the fund?
No, we made it.
So how, see, this doesn't,
It's,
this implies that something wasn't done.
Well, that's government accounting. It's, backwards. The way you would let it drop the fund balance is by budgeting it, so you tax for it, but there's no expenditure. So naturally, everything else being equal, you would have had a $500,000 surplus.
Okay, but the intent when we actually put it there was to actually have the expense go through. I mean, it's just unclear. Do you see what I'm saying?
We got to set up a separate budget for it.
Right. I mean,
You
that's what
can't
we
put it in the
did.
department because they could expend anything against it.
Who would I write a check to?
I mean, they could hire 3 other employees and then spend it against that.
Right.
Right, but there's no way to show an expense, otherwise it won't end up in fund balance.
Okay.
No, I understand what you're saying, but it's,
How do we solve it?
Yeah, you need inside information. Well, I wouldn't, putting it in finance is an unusual way to do it. Usually
Stupid.
it's just somewhere
yeah,
else.
I think stupid's the word you're looking
Stupid's
for.
the-
right.
stupid's the way-
So should we
what
put
we
it in
did.
a separate balance? In a separate account? Separate from finance?
Just its own line, it would probably get grouped under general government, but just its own line that says fund balance
Right.
contribution or whatever else. That's
Right, because in essence, what it's saying here is, hey, yeah, we had a good guy of 465, when realistically, we actually had a bad guy of 35. Right. And to Jim's point, because it's within that department, they could have had a really good Christmas party. Right?
Conceptually, yes.
Yeah.
That we were not invited to.
Yeah, we weren't invited to, right?
Well, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Won't be happening again.
All right, so, question, on the next page, page 17, construction in progress, $62 million worth of construction in process as of June 30th? Really?
You have a schedule that equals that, correct?
Can I get a copy of that schedule if you don't mind? I don't need it now, but that number just stuck out at me because, we're running around town saying, hey, all the big construction projects are over, right? And then as of June, we had 63. Maybe those are things that aren't closed out. I don't know. It's timing. Is it the train station?
No, because that
No,
didn't really
no,
end
that
up in
went in.
asset.
I know Penfield, because of what happened, is 3
Okay,
or
so
4
where's the other
million.
58 million?
I'm just listing the new one,
Right.
because last year, I know you didn't mention it last year, but it was 63 last year.
Yeah, I know. And I'm trying to
I
figure
will-
out, there was a
I will
lot
get you
going
a
on.
schedule.
Right. Okay, that's what hit me, is what could that possibly be?
Yeah, and we do look at that because sometimes it just gets stagnant.
Yeah,
Nothing
right.
ever comes out, but if we look at the footnote, I don't know if a lot went in this year.
Yeah, I didn't catch it. I did see the footnote of a bunch of projects that aren't quote-unquote closed out, and I didn't know, again, my old bugaboo there's projects going back 10, 15 years that really need to be cleaned up, right? That's separate. Let's go to
Right.
page 20. Cash overdraft and current liabilities, 552. What's that?
That That was because you're kind of running the pooled investments, so the bank rec, because you didn't transfer the money yet, so you look at all the outstanding checks, it puts it technically into a deficit position because you have all the money invested.
So we have to transfer the money from the investment account to the cash account to cover, so that's not automatically done, so it's not a zero balance disbursement account where the money's automatically transferred.
Right,
It actually has to be a manual transfer from some of those investment accounts.
right, I'm assuming.
Is that correct?
There is a zero balance account, but there's that.
But you have to manually transfer the funds?
Not
No.
for the zero balance account, no. But
Okay, so how are we in an overdraft?
Well, there's zero balance account and there's other funds. The zero balance account had no money in it.
It actually had negative money.
Yes. So.
So it's not automatically funded. It's got to be,
It's automatically funded out of the people's investments.
but there wasn't enough money there?
There wasn't money in that area.
Right, right. So it's two
A-
tiers.
Yes,
To the extent it could be automated within Peoples, it was,
right.
but there had to be a liquidation of some investments to cover the,
Actually, you start collecting money in Jan, July. I don't know if we actually had to sell something or whether we just, got the started getting, tax collections July 1.
I think it's because the zero balance account works when the check clears. These are outstanding checks that are
That's
creating that
exactly-
balance. So that's what's making it
Right.
negative,
So
because
I
it's
was
zero
wondering.
otherwise.
Yeah.
And this is what's outstanding.
it's interesting to see. I'm trying to figure out how, okay. Accrued payroll, 10,355,000. What period does that represent? Page 22.
Essentially, the last 2 periods in June, 2 weeks in June.
So our payroll every 2 weeks is about $10 million bucks?
No. Hold on.
The Board of Ed? Board of
Yeah,
Ed
the
would
Board
be
of
in
Ed.
there, too.
Yeah, I was thinking the whole
Yeah.
town, so that would, all right.
Well, there's weekly payroll and bi-weekly payroll. So that would be 1 week.
For some and
for
2
some
weeks for
and 2
others.
weeks for others.
Okay, but it's 10 million bucks, and if I did that 26 times, 260 million in payroll?
No, I know our town side is about $1,400,000 or $1,300,000 for that 2-week period, plus taxes and everything
Yeah,
related to
right.
that. Because that was paid out on July 3rd or 2nd or something. So
Right.
that was for those 2 weeks. I'm not sure about the Board of Ed side.
Yeah. It just seems like a high number.
Yeah.
I don't, can we just take it's, I'd just like to know more about it.
Yeah.
The allowance for doubtful accounts, can I just get a roll forward of that? I'd love to see what goes in and out of that on an annual basis.
Does accrued payroll include sick leave and that type of thing?
No,
No.
no.
And it doesn't, it could be in fact impacted by a vacation accrual though, right? Or
That's what I
PTO.
meant.
That's up top on
That's under
on
liabilities.
Exhibit A versus C.
Still seems a little high.
I think, like Melissa said, that the Board of Ed, there's the
You know what it
balloon
is?
payouts at
Yeah, that's what it is,
June
the
30.
summer checks.
How's that work?
That
Explain to me.
the teachers get in July and August, going back to the previous school year, because you could, some people are paid over 10 months, some are paid over 12.
So you accrue everything because
Yeah.
the service has been rendered.
Yep.
So at June 30th, that accrual would be at its highest point for the
Yes,
entire
because it
year.
represents 2 payrolls in July, 2 payrolls in August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're right. Can we just confirm that that's?
Yeah, I think they're about
yeah.
$2 million each, so yeah.
So it would be closer to a $6 million payroll or a $7 million payroll if it wasn't that, right?
They would represent about 8 million, and ours would be like 2.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out what theirs, yeah, let's take a look at it. Okay. Page 29, nice improvement in the internal service fund, as you pointed out, so that's good. So both the general fund and the internal service fund got better. On the downside, though, page 32, it depends on whether you're a glass half full, glass half empty, but this page scares me, right? The other post-employment benefit trust, we put 8.9 million in. Plan members put 240,000 in. And our net position is 14 million. And if I calculated the liability right, it's over $132 million. That's the single most scary part of our financial position. Right.
Yep.
Probably in better shape than.
Yeah.
That could be reduced by about 26 million if you funded the Board of Ed.
Right, right, because that's kind of a pay-as-you-go.
Right.
So-
So the
so-
discount rate there is 4.5%.
Right.
If you increase that to 7.5%, I think it's $26 million liability difference.
No, you're right,
I'm not
it
100%
is.
certain.
But you're still over a $100 million liability.
Right.
If
Hey,
you
I
believe the
just solved it,
7.5%.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
And you're kicking in 8.9 million versus a $250,000, right?
All true statements.
Right. So that's kind of scary. And when I did that calculation earlier, and it's just cocktail napkin math, if you believe the 132 million, and you believe we're at 14 million, and you believe that we're doing the ARC, it's going to take you over 30 years to fully fund that thing.
Well, I think the ARC is based upon a set funding amortization, so whatever that amortization is, whether it's 20 or 25 or 30, is what it would take. Right.
Assuming 7.5%.
Yeah.
Assuming 7.5%, right.
Right.
So, it's page 40. Bone to pick here, because I think it's an untrue statement, although Mr. Walsh and his committee is going to help us make it true. I don't ever remember this board adopting a minimum fund balance policy, and no one's ever been able to say that we have, or show us that we have.
I have a memo.
Yeah, from the administration, not from this board. We never adopted one.
It's their policy.
Right.
It's not this board's policy. It's the administration's policy. It's not this board's policy.
Oh, I'm going to have to look. I'm almost positive it said,
It could say that.
the memo says that.
Yeah,
That-
right,
That's all I can say. I was given a memo and it said Board of Finance, because that's,
And I could write you a memo and say that that policy is the Board of Education policy and hand it to you. It doesn't mean that it's the Board of Education's policy.
true. So I certainly can take it out if there is no policy unless you have one by next June 30, then.
Yeah,
we'll
there's a
change
policy.
that.
Well, there's a policy, I think this was represented by the prior administration. Okay, but this was their policy. It was never, at least in my 8 years on the board, adopted by our board. And I went back, I asked Mrs. Leclerc,
Try to look and we couldn't find anything.
right, and Mr. Kiley, who's now on the Board of Selectmen, confirmed the same thing. So,
Have you seen the memo that that I have, or no?
I'm not
Doesn't really
calling you a
matter.
liar, because I
No,
agree
I-
that that memo's there. I'm just telling you it's not accurate.
Okay, well, we can take it out. I just was
Right.
wondering if you'd seen where,
Well, why don't you get us that memo, because then maybe we could just rescind it.
There was something that we saw last year when we looked into it, but,
it's not from the Board of Finance.
and we brought it in last year that it was inaccurate. I mean, we've talked about this before, so.
To be fixed.
To be fixed. It's under consideration right now, but it's
The previous one should be rescinded.
It's wrong. Page 41, question to Mr. Mayor, and you might not know the answer to this, but it goes back to a discussion we had a few weeks ago on the Board of Education, what their new requirements are under state statute. Read the top paragraph, second sentence. Additionally, as required by the charter, these transfers must be reported to the Board of Selectmen for the Board of Education budget.
I thought that was the RTM, that's that policy 13020 or whatever the heck it is.
Right.
I think it requires reporting to the RTM. I know it requires reporting to the RTM, let me put it that way. I'm not, I do not recall it also requiring reporting to the Board of Selectmen.
It'd be real interesting to understand this better and what's going on in other towns, and also whether this is a new disclosure. I'll be honest, I didn't go back and look at our financials from prior years, because we had a discussion about this topic a couple of months ago. So it just pointed it out for me. Page 42 is the capital projects authorizations, and again, it goes back to the time-honored tradition of saying.
I mean, I don't know if this was in prior years or not, when I'm just wondering if
Are you back on the other one?
On your, if this was maybe because there was a state statute requiring reporting, what we read was a change in the statute, so this might be the old statute.
It could be, I just don't know that it's happening. Right. I'm just saying I don't know that it's happening.
Because the new statute is this fiscal year effective.
Right. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Page 42 is the capital projects listing, and again, every year, you know, some of these should be closed out, and I don't know.
Well,
Go ahead.
If you look at the list,
Yep.
I think it goes back to the discussion as to whether you need to decommission these bonds, then that will
Exactly.
authorize. So is that a yes, we definitely need to, or do we not know?
I don't know. I think we've asked that a number. You're absolutely right, Caitlin. I'm agreeing with you. This is a relatively long list of projects that have been substantially complete for a long period of time.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think they have been. I mean, I think a couple of them have been. I think there's a lot of new ones on this list, if you look at it, and these are recent, unfortunately.
Okay, Munis, Tomlinson Middle School.
Well, Munis, we used the leftover money to do QDS, so that might be done now, but that was just implemented a year or so ago.
Golf course expansion?
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
There could be very
There's
valid
not.
reasons why these are open.
And there are.
I just don't know that they are.
I think you know that there's, I would prefer that we close things out. And when I was looking at the whatever it was I was looking at today, your bonding policy today, I was actually delighted to see that it requires, I don't even think it recommends, I think it requires that they be closed out within 3 years after the closure.
I think that's right.
Yeah. And I do have, but they've been sitting there for a while, I do have the draft resolutions that need to be passed to close them out.
Yeah.
So
And I think-
so it's a matter of time, resource, and effort, and will.
Right. Yeah, and I think Caitlin's right. There's a lot of these that are, A, new, B, there's valid reasons for them to be open. But C, I just think we should know, right?
Just
Housekeeping.
To be technical, that the project authorization, the debt authorization are two different things.
Right.
So that there is a footnote, and we don't detail it out, on page 53, authorized unissued bonds. There's 48 million authorized unissued for general purpose and 17 for school. Any of those that are done, that's more critical, that this board unauthorize them if it's done.
Right.
That's a very good point.
What page is that on? 63?
53.
53.
That's a very good point. Thank you.
Right. Note 4.
Yeah, and those aren't broken out by specific projects, so it's more difficult to tell what makes those up.
Right. I don't know if we have detail or not, or we just have a big
But
picture.
theoretically, they would be a subset of the 204 million, right?
I would think. Yeah, I agree with you. So, page 43, special revenue funds, deficit balances. Is that just a timing issue? What's going on there?
Well, the special assessments is the one that we've been speaking about, where we're not budgeting that 70,000 anymore due to this deficit.
Right.
So that hopefully will
Go
get
away.
better.
Yeah.
CDBG is on a federal fiscal year, so they go September to October.
Timing.
Yep. And I'm not so sure about the PSL.
Yeah, I get a lot of, I think this is going to come up during our budget process. I get a lot of conversation about that and what's going on with
I think
that.
that's a new one to be in a deficit position.
The school lunch.
Yeah.
That just happened, and I know, I think effective going forward, July 1, they're outsourcing it, so this will get addressed by the Board of Ed, because there's already been calls to me about that. So I know it's something they're looking at.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not taking too many people's time, though I know I am. But hey, we get them here once. Question. Capital leases, page 52, golf carts, $274,000. Was this a capital lease that was entered into last year?
Yes.
Are we supposed to sign off on capital leases?
I don't know. No. It was new. I don't know who's supposed to sign off on it, besides the purchasing authority for the town. I don't know.
Yeah. Because this is an obligation moving forward.
It might be like grants.
Right. Right.
Don't these kind of fall under the same category as labor contracts? I don't remember when I was on the board
Okay,
ever,
so who approved them?
you know.
I believe Mike and Twig.
Right, so
This
did the
lease I'm talking
RTM
about. I don't know. I don't know
Do
if
you
it
know
went. I
the
know.
answer to this, Joe?
Normally, it's quoted issuing debt, so
Issuing debt, right, exactly. It's a capital lease, it's debt, so why wouldn't it come before this board?
That's what I don't understand. I don't understand how, because it's $274,000 of equipment?
Golf carts.
What happens if it was $40 million capital lease?
Yeah.
We don't have to see it?
No,
Mike and
it's,
Twig can just sign it?
I wouldn't think so.
You don't think they could sign it?
I wouldn't think so.
So then why can they sign it for $265 million?
My statement was, I don't remember him coming before the board when I was on the board either. And I remember there was questions about one or two
The only
under the
capital-
other.
The only lease I remember ever coming before the board, when we were on there, was actually that, the whole thing of the antenna towers,
Yep.
the cell towers.
Yep.
That came before.
That was selling them.
I agree.
That was not
agreed.
signing them, that was selling them.
Well, it wasn't, it was for a defined period of time, wasn't it? I don't
Yes.
think we sold them, I think we leased them.
Yeah. No, it's lease rent. It's lease income to the town. Mhm.
Right, it's not sold, it's lease.
Right.
Granted, it's the opposite lease,
Yeah, this is making, this is
Right.
putting out money, not getting.
but I would argue it's probably more important for this board to sign
But-
off on a capital lease where we're expending funds. Can we look into that?
No, I mean, that's like, I mean, that's one of those things, it's kind of a pet peeve that really drives me up the wall. We get these little grants, that come through, and, we debate over the same, $5,000 or whatever it is. Every year it comes, and we all go through, and then things like this kind of just somehow slip through.
And by the way, to your point, here's the language. The town has entered into a lease agreement for the purchase of golf carts. I'm damn sure that's got to come before us.
Can we have the first selectman come to the next Board of Finance meeting and explain this with the town attorney or bond counsel?
Our next meeting is our quarterly.
Be a
I think
good
we have time. We have time. Tom,
What does
do
that
we have
mean,
time?
Absolutely.
Oh. Have them come?
We would like him come. And I think the town attorney should be present.
All right. So page 56. Page 56, I'm just going to call in a comment. I'll be very interested to see the pension report and see where we are in funding. I know we got to look at fair market value. But for all our efforts, at least by this analysis, we're treading water in terms of, we used to be at 110, 115, 120%, and now we're down to 90 and 89% of funding. And, I mean, we've been putting money into it. We know there's the Madoff effect. We know there's the smoothing effect. It's just frustrating.
Extra money in 2 years ago.
We absolutely did, you're right. Thank you. We put extra money in, so it's just something we got to pay attention to. It's funny on page 59, too. It's been our goal to fully fund the ARC, and I noticed that we're hitting like 98% and 95%. And maybe I've got the wrong mark that I'm looking for here. Maybe it's not the ARC, but it would, we're not quite at that 100% level in terms of our funding there. So I just want to make sure we're all diligent on pension like we've been trying to do. Page 64 illustrates our issue on the unfunded liability related to the OPEB, we talked about earlier, which is about $106 million, according to the assumption on page 65. It's a large number. It's a concern. And again, if you look, how do we close the gap? Page 66, we're We're getting there. We're at 98%, so we're doing our part, but it's going to be a slow slog. And then on page 68, is this a new disclosure, Joe, or am I just paying attention to it on behalf of payments?
No, that's been there for many
It
years.
has $17 million that the state is paying for our retired teachers, right? That's what that says, right?
That's the contribution amount for this fiscal year conceptually.
That's what they're
for-
paying, right.
Yes.
For the pension. So that never flows through our books. It's being paid through the state teacher's pension.
Right. We record the $16,000 as a revenue and expense,
Right.
but
Is that gross? Does that include the amount? I mean, they kick in for their pension. I know that. So is that in total, or is that just the state's portion?
this is just the state's portion.
And then the teachers kick in on top of that from their paycheck each.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, please, Dave.
Just, is that the actual amount that they're putting into the fund, or is that the actuarial amount that they theoretically, because they don't always fully fund that amount?
What we have to do is the state puts in whatever million, and we allocate a portion.
Okay, so that's the actual that they
That's
put.
based upon the actual
Okay, thank
contribution,
you.
correct.
That's all I had. Did anybody else have anybody? And thank you for indulging me, by the way. Please, Mr. Becker.
I have just one thing here. On the page 42, relating to the Metro Center, you have a notation here about the cumulative expenses being higher than the amount that was approved. It being closed out, but it being higher than was approved. And if maybe it's just a jog my memory here, but we had come back, we couldn't do anything without approving that top line number on everything, including all of the state grants and whatnot. Is there a reason why this is okay versus violating the charter?
Well,
Maybe I may be missing something. It's midnight.
I don't think it
but
ever got
it just-
approved. That was talked about, but the whole project was never approved, just the additional funding. So
Just-
that's why this footnote shows
Right,
this
never
way.
approved.
Okay. In theory, had it all been done right from the very beginning, we should have approved the top line number and then taken in grants and other things from there, like everything else, right? And that's just saying, and I do remember that portion now. It makes a little bit of sense. So,
Right.
okay,
That's correct.
That's the
That-
project authorization,
that-
the authorization to
yeah.
spend.
okay, yeah. Don't need to dwell. It's late, but I just want to make sure I understood that part. Thank you.
Sure. Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
We have one, I appreciate you guys taking the time and your efforts, and thank you, Caitlin and Bob, for your team's effort on the audit process, and Mary, you and the committee's time on that. Thank you very much. I know the hour's late. One piece of communication, it's just a disclosure that I think we need to make, is that, as you may recall, the first selectman a number of months ago announced the formation of a 375th anniversary committee for the town. Part of that, there's a series of events that are going to happen throughout the course of the year that are going to be branded 375 anniversary events. The vast majority of those events are funded by those organizations and coordinated just with this committee of the town in order to brand it specially. But there are a couple of events, most particularly the gala, which is planned for next November, that is actually going to be a completely separate event to celebrate the town. That event, we are going to collect funds for, right, and then use those funds specifically for the event. And so whatever funds come in are going to be spent on the event, or else there'll be a contribution to a local charity, whatever that committee decides. But it's supposed to be fully funded through that committee. Mr. Tetreau had approached me a number of months ago and asked me to serve as treasurer for that committee, which I agreed to do under the proviso that I could work with the town's accounting department to actually, they're going to do the work on the funds. So we're going to set up a separate account for the funds to be collected. Expenses are only going to be paid out of that account. Expenses will not exceed the amounts collected for that. And Mr. Mayor and I have talked about this several times. But I did want to point out to this board that the accounting department is going to be doing the accounting work for this. And this was Mr. Tetreau's original intent. So if anybody has any questions, comments, concerns on it, and Bob, I don't know if you want to speak to it, but I didn't want this becoming a surprise to anybody further down the road.
I think the only other comment that I would make is that certainly the revenues are required before expenditures. There will be no expenditures made without revenues collected. And this is, we have a couple of accounts that we do this with. When people plant trees, people who burr garden, where we kind of manage it as, I don't know, is it a special revenue fund or just a? To run it through the grants fund.
So anybody, if
So-
anybody, I just sprung this on you guys, but I wanted to make sure it was out there in the open. Think about it a little bit, come back with questions, comments, any concerns,
Next question now.
please.
So if we have to, who's going to be the contracted services for the town of Fairfield?
Yes.
Okay, so we hire a caterer 5 months in advance, and we agree that we're going to be responsible for 500 dinners. But we don't raise enough funds, we don't have enough funds in the account in advance to order them.
Yep.
Are we on the hook for that?
That's something that I believe needs to be worked out immediately. Do you have any?
Because under Bob's scenario where he says expenditures don't get advanced or anything before then, before revenues are here, what happens if people, what happens if you're selling tickets for this for $250 a person to attend this gala, but those funds don't start coming in till a month to 2 months beforehand, but you need to commit funds for a band, for whatever, insurance, for the catering hall, whatever it is, you're not going to expend those funds?
Correct statement.
Okay.
I'm not authorized to spend anything that you don't approve. Not you personally, but this board doesn't approve. And this would not be an approved or authorized expenditure. I have no idea how the committee is going to book services, whether it's going to be under kind of like the committee or whether it's going to be the town, but not without approval of this board, I am not authorized to expend money.
The key
And
question is
it's
how
very
the
clear,
services-
and Mike is very clear that, we will not, we will not pay any bills or forward anybody any funds unless there's donations, contributions, or revenue that come into the account.
The key question is going to be who the contracted services are to. Are they to the town of Fairfield? Because if they're to the town of Fairfield, then we're legally responsible for them.
There is not, to answer your question, and I agree with, number one, I agree with what Bob said, and that's exactly what he and I have discussed. And it's exactly what we brought up with the first selectman. And number two, there is no separate entity for the 375th. The entity is the town. Right? Yeah.
Well, why don't you report back on how that's all going to work? Because if the town's contracting for services, we're responsible for them, whether there's a if there's a shortfall, there's a shortfall.
Yep.
So we should know about that, how that's going to work.
And that's why I'm bringing it to you now. I'm telling you.
Okay.
All right?
The funds will be paid through the finance department? Through that fund?
They will administer it. Yep.
The key is how does our general fund not become responsible for the shortfall if there is one?
I agree.
I guess I'm confused why you couldn't have been the 375th.
Because there's not,
anniversary fund, or
it can be a fund, but there's not a separate, it's not a separate taxable entity. It's not a separate entity. It was never set up as a separate entity. So Jim is absolutely correct. You can call it the 375th Fund. They'll segregate all the information on it. They'll segregate all the reporting on it. But at the end of the day, the 375th Anniversary Committee is acting on behalf of the town. It's absolutely true.
any commitment that committee makes.
It would be true. And this was the questions that Bob and I have started to ask on this. Okay?
So you're going to report back to us on all those
Yes.
issues?
Yep. Any other questions?
Make a motion to adjourn for the evening?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Good night, everybody. Thank you.